Progress.
Everybody, and welcome to our afternoon session only for today's council meeting, March 17th, 2026. Going to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to ask Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber. Present. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash. Here. Councilmember Smith. And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
Public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Awesome. And with that, I will ask Councilmember Rash to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Gene. And with that, we're going to go right into our presentations. The first item on the agenda is recognition of March 2026 as Women's History Month. And should I pass it first, or should we read the proclamation first?
However you like to do it.
What do you think flows better?
Proclamation.
Okay. All right. So I passed the proclamation over to Councilmember Rash to read off the proclamation for us today.
Okay, this is the proclamation declaring March 2026. Oh, I got the American Red Cross.
Oops, sorry.
Do that.
My bad, I didn't read.
Declaring March 2026 Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month celebrates women's societal contributions, which are innumerable and crucial. And whereas the theme of Women's History Month 2026, declared by the National Women's History Alliance, is leading the change, women shaping a sustainable future. Because whether developing green technologies, advancing economic justice, strengthening education systems, or building civic power, women are designing blueprints for sustainable transformation. This theme affirms that shaping a sustainable future means fostering systems that support both people and the planet. And whereas the City of Monterey recognizes and celebrates the achievements of generations of women who have been an integral part of the fabric of Monterey region for thousands of years, dating back to the native Rumsen, Esalen, and Salinan peoples to the Sicilian women who made up a third of cannery row workers in the 1930s and 40s, and to the present day, when many local businesses, nonprofit, city staff, and political leaders are women. And whereas labor and civil rights leader Dolores Huerta once said, "We do need women in civic life. We do need women to run for office, to be in political office. We need a feminist to be at the table when decisions are being made so that the right decisions will be made." And whereas, as a community, we celebrate Women's History Month and recognize the incredible achievements of women throughout Monterey, the state of California, and all across the United States. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as Women's History Month.
Thank you, Jean. All righty, and then I think I'll pass it to Lou for staff introductions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Good evening. This afternoon, we're going to have a very interesting and informative presentation from our very own clerk, Ms. Bonner Klein.
Yes, I just have a few slides. Some of them you saw last year. So as Councilmember Rash mentioned, there is a theme this year for women shaping a sustainable future. So when the first woman city department head at the city and the first city librarian was Etta Eckhart back beginning in 1907. We had a woman city manager in the 1940s. She was an interim city manager for a year. And prior to that, she was assistant city manager for 7 years. And I liked in the newspaper article, it called her Madame Manager. We had our first woman city council member was Marge Eliason in 1955. Minnie Coyle was our mayor in 1965, and prior to that, a city council member. More recently, we had Councilmember Breland, Councilmember Canepa, Councilmember Downey, and Councilmember Selfridge. And now we have Councilmember Barber and Councilmember Rash on our dais. And we also have many.
Is your mic on?
It was on. It went off. It was on. Can you all hear me? Okay. We have many city firsts as far as women in positions in the city staff as well. And we're all very glad to be here. That's it.
Let's give it up for all of the trailblazers in the city of Monterey. Oh my gosh. Came back to me at the wrong time. Does anybody in the council have any additional comment? Anybody? No? Okay. All right. We'll open this up for public comment. So how this process works, and this is specifically public comment on the Women's History Month proclamation. So what we do is we identify public speakers at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we'll close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So you can't raise your hand afterwards and then try to jump in. So we'll check in with folks on Zoom first. You can navigate your way over to the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. All right, not seeing any in the chamber. So I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and nobody on Zoom. I'll bring it back and just say, thank you, Clementine, for putting that presentation together. It's helpful to have a reminder of those firsts. And a lot of them are sitting in this room today. And so I'll end there. I have a story that I would share, but we have a long council meeting tonight, and I will defer to a later time. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump into item 2 on the agenda, which is to receive a presentation from Central Coast Community Energy. And with that, I'll pass it back to Lou for introduction of staff.
Thank you. Central Coast Community Energy is what we refer to as an aggregator. And most folks don't realize it, but their utility bills have bills both from Central Coast Community Energy and PG&E. And Central Coast Community Energy contracts for the power, and PG&E delivers it to our home. And of course, your council in the city is a member of Central Coast Community Energy, as well as in multiple jurisdictions throughout the Central Coast. So Ted will introduce 3CE staff, and they'll give us a brief presentation this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I am Ted Terrasas. I'm the sustainability manager for the city, and just wanted to give a very quick introduction to 3CE so that we defer more time to them. But just wanted to mention that the city was one of the founding members of 3CE back in 2017. So we're coming up on 10 years now. Pretty exciting. It does seem like yesterday where we first turned on the switch here. But one of the most exciting things is 3CE does support a lot of the initiatives at the city regarding reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and renewable energy goals, especially as they relate to our climate action planning and the information that we found out from that, indicating that a lot of our emissions are coming from transportation and the built environment. So a lot of their planning and funding programs are related to those issues and really supporting the community and member agencies with reducing those impacts, such as purchasing electric vehicles, upgrading homes, and things like that. One of the key things right now I did want to highlight was we're working with 3C on a couple larger projects, one being installing some electric vehicles at the courtyard up off Highway Ryan Ranch for our city vehicles that we're transitioning our fleet to electric vehicles. And we're also working with 3C on a pretty exciting project that's not quite a pilot. We have done this in San Maria, but it's more of a turnkey project where 3CE takes the lead and really does a lot of more of the planning and engineering and some of the work on the front end. So it's really kind of turnkey for the city, just working on some of the permitting and permissions to make it as easy as possible. And just one of the last things I wanted to mention, I know that energy resilience is coming up as an issue that a lot of us are concerned with, especially in the public. And when we talk about renewable energy generation or storage or keeping facilities functioning in an emergency, there's a lot of space there, I think, in our cooperation and our collaboration with agencies like 3CE in order to get these projects realized in our communities. So with that, what we're going to focus on tonight is a annual update from 3CE. They do come by and provide a nice update to our council and our community once a year on their latest projects and programs. So I will turn it over to their community relations manager, Sophia Schwartzky. So please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Williamson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on behalf of Central Coast Community Energy. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I am a community relations manager at 3CE. And I'm joined today by the city's account manager, Colleen Courtney, who's sitting right back there. I am here to share highlights about 3CE's recent activities, programs, and ongoing efforts to support your community. But before I begin, I would like to thank Mayor Williamson for serving on our policy board and your interim city manager for serving on our operations board. Your leadership is greatly appreciated. 3CE is the public agency that sources energy for the Central Coast. We work in partnership with PG&E, who manages the delivery of that energy to your homes and businesses. 3CE serves 30 cities and 5 counties, providing clean and renewable energy to 1.2 million people. 3CE is working to deliver 100% clean energy to our customers. Last year, we delivered enough renewable energy to power more than 350,000 homes. By doing so, we avoided emissions equivalent to taking 105,000 gas-powered cars off the road. 3CE has contracts in place to supply 70% of our load with renewable energy by September of 2028, putting us well ahead of California's climate goals. We've received many questions about the role of battery storage in the clean energy transition. Battery storage is essential to creating a cleaner, more reliable, and affordable energy future. By capturing excess renewable energy when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, batteries store power that can be released later when demand is high and solar generation is low. This reduces our dependence on expensive fossil fuels during peak hours and helps to stabilize electricity rates for everyone. So I wanted to take a moment to show you a real-world example of this. During Labor Day weekend in 2022, our state faced an intense heat wave that pushed energy demand to record levels. To prevent widespread outages, the state issued a flex alert, asking everyone to conserve energy. The graph in front of you shows California's energy mix from that day. The red area represents fossil fuel generation. The green area shows renewable sources like solar and wind, which peak during the day but drop sharply at sunset, just when demand remains high. The thin orange lines tell another part of the story. At the bottom, batteries charge during daylight hours, and at the top, they discharge that stored energy back to the grid when it's needed most. Even with these contributions, the grid was stretched to its limit, and that flex alert played a vital role in preventing widespread outages throughout the state. So now we're going to take a look at a more recent heat wave. On July 4th of 2024, California once again experienced extremely high energy demand. This time, however, there was no flex alert needed to prevent blackouts. The green bar representing renewable energy grew taller as more solar generation came online, while the red bar for fossil fuels shrank. Most impressive of all, the orange bar showing battery storage more than tripled. Batteries charged during the day and discharged in the evening, supplying clean, renewable power when the grid needed it most. And thanks to this rapid growth in battery storage, California was able to keep the lights on without a flex alert. We've received many questions about the safety of utility scale battery storage. So before I move on, I'd like to take a moment to share a few quick points. First, 3CE does not have any power purchase agreements with indoor battery storage facilities like Vistra's Moss Landing facility was. All of the battery storage projects we support use containerized systems equipped with individual fire suppression units that are required to meet the latest fire and building safety codes. It's important to note that battery system failure rates have dropped 98% since 2018, even as global battery deployment has increased by more than 25,000%. As an agency, 3CE joined the California League of Cities in supporting Senate Bill 283, authored by Senator John Laird, to establish tougher safety standards for the storage industry. And I'm pleased to share that this legislation was signed into law by the governor last year. 3CE is investing in innovative energy storage technology. One example is the Willow Rock Energy Storage Center. Once it's online, this project will use compressed air to power turbines that will be the largest compressed air storage project in the world. The Aratina Solar Plus Storage, Atlas Solar Plus Storage, and Victory Pass Solar Plus Storage projects are among some of the latest 3CE has invested in. Together, these three projects will supply enough clean energy to power the homes of 263,000 3CE customers. Delivering renewable power is only a portion of 3CE's mission. Equally as important is connecting with the communities we serve. You'll see our outreach team active across the region, supporting local events, hosting webinars, and leading workshops that raise awareness and inform our energy programs. To better meet the needs of our diverse communities, 3CE has developed an action plan focused on supporting underserved populations. 3CE also provides direct support through programs for our customers. These programs empower customers to electrify their homes, vehicles, and businesses while saving money in the process. Our Electrify Your Ride program, for example, offers up to $3,500 towards the purchase of an electric vehicle. Additional programs help to lower the cost of upgrading to electric appliances, installing home battery storage, and advancing electrification in the ag sector. 3CE also offers programs exclusively for member agencies like the City of Monterey. Through our Electrify Your Fleet and Charge Your Fleet programs, $300,000 per year is available to your city for electric fleet vehicles and EV charging stations. In addition, our Plan Your Fleet program provides no-cost technical assistance to support these efforts. And I am excited to say that the city's Public Works Director is working with our programs team by participating in the Plan Your Fleet program. Since 2018, thousands of 3CE customers have directly benefited from 3CE's programs. This slide highlights the City of Monterey's participation to date. Monterey customers have received more than $700,000 in funding through 3CE's energy programs. The final update I would like to provide is related to affordability. First is the good news. 3CE has recently reduced our cost of service, and as a result, we have decreased our rates by an average of 24%. This reflects our ability to procure clean energy at competitive prices. However, customers will still see an increase to the power charge indifference adjustment, otherwise known as the PCIA. The PCIA is a regulatory fee set by the California Public Utilities Commission, and it is paid to PG&E by our customers. It was originally intended to recover the cost of above-market legacy renewable energy contracts that PG&E signed before 3CE existed. But recent CPUC decisions have changed how this contract portfolio is valued and applied those charges retroactively. So this means that the average residential customer in Monterey can expect to see a net increase of 2% on their total bill costs. 3CE is continuing to actively engage in regulatory and legislative efforts to promote affordability for our customers. We are sponsors of the bills that you see on your screen here. AB 1761 is a PCIA transparency bill, which would provide greater insight into how the PCIA is calculated. Senate Bill 1138 would require the CPUC to allow CCAs like 3CE to meet their resource adequacy obligations by buying and selling resource adequacy by the hour. The CPUC recently released a report finding this approach to have affordability benefits. If you're interested in writing a letter of support for either of these bills, please reach out to me directly and I can help by providing a draft support letter. So that is all that I have for you today. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Sophia. It was wonderful. And it is a privilege to be on the board for 3CE. It's fascinating because you were able to articulate a lot of information in regards to what 3CE does, and I think a way that maybe most folks can understand. But there's so much more. You were just touching the surface in regards to the work that's done in this space. And so, yeah, it's fascinating, and I appreciate you bringing it down for folks to be able to understand today. So, Council, are there any questions? Please.
Hi, Sophia. Look, I'll go to this one. Thank you for your presentation. It's nice to see you. You mentioned there are 30 cities and 5 counties that belong. Then there are some cities that don't belong.
Yes, so Central Coast Community Energy, we represent the counties of Monterey, San Benito, Santa Cruz, and also San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara. There are a couple cities within those boundaries that are not a part of 3CE. King City, for example, I believe they have their own MOU and don't participate in 3CE. King City has their own CCA, and then Lompoc has an MOU. So neither of those communities participate in 3CE. But other than that, we represent the Central Coast from Santa Cruz to Santa Barbara.
Okay. And would you remind people in better words than mine that they don't lose any money by signing up, that what we have 94% coverage? Would you explain that to people and encourage them to sign up?
Yes, absolutely. So one reason I love to come and present to councils is that sometimes community members will see 3CE on their energy bill and think that it is an additional cost on top of their PG&E charges. But what the 3CE fees actually are is what we are billing you for energy generation. So before 3CE existed, PG&E would bill you for both energy transmission, delivery, and generation. But once 3CE became a part of the picture, we took over the energy generation costs from PG&E. So it is not an additional charge. And once you are a customer of 3CE, you are able to participate in those energy programs that I highlighted earlier in the presentation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. So a quick question, actually, piggybacking on what Jean just asked you. So since 3CE took over from PG&E, that particular cost, have you seen a big change as far as in the rates or in the energy and how it's used in clean energy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So energy bills are increasing. For example, PG&E's, the charge that you see on your energy bill, it's 2/3 coming from PG&E for the transmission and delivery of that energy. And a lot of that has to do with wildfire preparedness and the subsidies from the previous solar tariff that the CPUC had, NEM 2.0. But again, with 3CE, we are committed to providing competitive and affordable rates. You know, like I mentioned in my presentation, we recently did that 24% rate decrease because of our ability to lower our operating costs. However, you know, there still are challenges like the PCIA that I mentioned is that regulatory fee that is paid to PG&E by our customers. And, you know, that's one area where we're here soliciting your support to get greater transparency into how that fee is calculated, because with the PCIA fee, our rate decrease of 24%, the customers are still seeing about a 2% increase for the average customer.
Thank you, because that was actually my next question
Mhm.
was about the PCS and how that is processing and what kind of information as far as to the outreach to the public can be done to help to be able to support you all and being able to get more transparency in that. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that the PCIA is the portfolio cost minus the portfolio market value, and that's where you get the indifference amount. But the problem is we don't have much transparency into the calculations that are going into those two figures. So this bill is really the first step to kind of take a peek behind the curtain and see how that fee is being calculated. So for anyone who wants to support, we do have template support letters for this PCIA transparency bill. It's authored by Assemblymember Chris Rogers, Assembly Bill 1761. So I'll be sure to reach out to your clerk with my contact information, and anyone who's interested in learning more and supporting can reach out to me directly.
That'd be great. 'Cause
Mhm.
If we could put it on our website, that would be wonderful. So that way the public could be able to get to that very easily. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Sophia. Good to see you. Couple of things, and I'll start with just for the benefit of the council and the public. You and I just were at a conference, Civic Well, where many electeds from throughout the state attend and representatives from a variety of agencies. And I really appreciated the presence, the 3CE presence. You were there, Spencer, Doss Williams, and I really appreciate the advocacy around this fly is
me.
yeah. The advocacy around this effort and the information sharing to all the folks who were in the room, and then you doing presentations to the various participating jurisdictions. So just wanted to point that out and say thank you. The question that I have is around the service portfolio that you shared. So in terms of like support with fleet, electrification, that kind of thing, as you visit the variety or the various jurisdictions, what are possibly some challenges that you're hearing from jurisdictions in terms of really taking advantage of these support services?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm very happy that, again, your account manager, Colleen Courtney, who's sitting right back here, will be a great resource for the city of Monterey to participate more in those plan your fleet, charge your fleet, electrify your fleet programs. And I'd love to talk more with our programs team who works directly with our member agencies and businesses to hear what challenges they're seeing. But the one that comes to mind for me is, it takes a lot of staff time and resources in order to actually electrify the fleet of a member agency. So that's why I'm super excited that your city is participating in the Plan Your Fleet program. And that is the no-cost technical assistance program that kind of walks the city through the process of purchasing electric vehicles and installing electric vehicle charging stations. But that's a really good question. And I'm definitely going to talk to our programs team to see if there's any other insights they can share, and I'll follow up with you.
Are you regulated by the PUC?
Yes, that's correct. So we are regulated by the PUC, and then our rates and programs are set by our policy board and operations board, which is made up of local elected officials from the cities and counties we represent, like Mayor Williamson. And then the operations board is made up of city managers and county CEOs, CAOs.
Right, exactly. I think I was on the first board when we launched many years ago. Appreciate the advocacy, and I imagine 3CE has an energy lobbyist that works with state senators and legislators to be able to advocate things that would benefit our ratepayers. The biggest questions I always get is how to interpret the PG&E bill. And so could you say for the public the number that they can contact and get an interpretation of how to interpret the PG&E bill? Because I know it's a combined bill that's generated by the Pacific Gas and Electric. and is difficult sometimes to interpret. So do you have a number that you can quote for us?
Yeah,
that the public can call.
absolutely. I don't know if we're able to pull up my last slide, but the last slide has my email address and then a link to our website.
Okay, great.
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see the customer service line.
Okay.
And it really is the best number to call for information on how to interpret your energy bill. If you're a 3CE customer, you'll get somebody on the phone within 15 seconds who lives and works in the service area, and they'll be able to walk you through the bill line by line. But members of the public are always welcome to reach out to me directly, and I can either help interpret the bill myself or pass them on to a member of our customer accounts team. And then for city bills, again, Colleen Courtney, I keep shouting her out, but she will be your point of contact.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you for the question.
Thanks.
One final question. I remember that there was a program available for e-bikes as well. Could you speak to that?
So sadly, we do not have the e-bike program operating at this time. However, a new-ish program that we have, it launched last year, is the residential battery rebate program. So this is one of our newer program offerings where we have funding for the purchase and installation of home battery storage. Another kind of new and improved program is our Electrify Your Home program. So we recently updated this program as of October of last year to include incentives that are more renter friendly. For example, induction cooktops, portable air conditioners, that sort of thing. And of course, we have our Electrify Your Ride and new construction electrification program.
Awesome. Thank you for those answers. With that, we'll open it up for the public to take public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. I only see one taker. Anybody else in the chamber? So we'll go ahead and cut it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and go with you, Bob.
Mayor, City Council, staff, thank you all for coming and helping us again here in our city. I just want to speak to the sustainability structure that we do with these batteries. Too often in a lot of these systems that we're trying to create a better environment, we draw too tight a circle. We just look at the battery itself. We don't look at the production of the battery, the moving of the materials. And then we look at the big high danger that can come from this. Too much of our thoughts go into the immediate, oh, this is a great saving thing. There might be something better, like nuclear has come a long way and we should do small little nuclear things maybe. There's a lot of avenues on that. I just want to make sure we're cautious and a little more aware of the bigger impact and not just the small picture that it seems like it's good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for your public comments, Bob. Well taken. And I think that's partially why, maybe more reactionary, but partially why Senator Laird submitted his bill through and putting tighter regulations there. And I know that there's a lot of research being done in work going into actually recycling the different elements associated with batteries as well. So lots of work still to do there as we try to navigate a clean energy future. So did you have any last minute remarks for us as you closed out here?
No, I just would like to say thank you so much for your time this afternoon. And I will follow up with your clerk with my contact information for anyone who wants to participate in that.
And we'll take those draft templates as well, so we can look at those for consideration.
Excellent.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you so much.
All right. I think I'll see you tomorrow. So, all righty. Let me switch here. I guess I got to get it together. With that, we were moving on to item 3 on our agenda, which is recognition of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month. And I'm going to pass this over to Councilmember Smith, if you wouldn't mind reading that off for us.
The proclamation declaring March 2026 as American Red Cross Month. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Monterey County and reaffirm their commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone in Monterey County, across the United States and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And whereas caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Monterey, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments, continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And whereas Central Coast Chapter volunteers 181 in the country, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 49 households affected by 30 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 682 smoke alarms, collected 2,141 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 2,423 residents, and assisted 112 families of our armed forces. And whereas the Central Coast Chapter's support, volunteerism, and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words. You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it, and ask everyone to join in this commitment. And bless you. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Tyler Williamson of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month. I encourage all Americans to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. Thank you.
Well said. We'll have you come up in a second. I know you have a few words to share, but before we pass it over, I just want to say how relevant this is for our community at this time. As of just last week, I know that the Red Cross reached out to offer some support and assistance, and I don't want to steal the fire chief's thunder, but he'll come up after your presentation to speak more about that. But we're just tremendously grateful for your partnership and your willingness to offer a helping hand in a time of need. So with that, I will pass it to you all for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. We really greatly appreciate the recognition. Our volunteers are amazing. We can't say enough about them. If it wasn't for them, when we get the call at 4:00 in the morning to respond, they're there. They don't ask, that, they can come later. They're coming right there when it's needed. So, and it's critical. As you saw the numbers that were rattled off, we're 365 days, 24 hours a day. So we rely on our volunteers. We rely on the generosity of our community to support. We do not get any government funding, which is really important for folks to know. It's all private donations. They keep our work going. And this is Michelle Averill, our CEO for the American Red Cross at Central Coast.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate the proclamation, and it's an honor to be here. It's also an honor to serve with our community and our first responders, because without our volunteers and our community, we couldn't do the work that we do. So I so appreciate your support and your kind words, and thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you come on up and we can take a picture with the proclamation.
We have Nat take a photo, maybe.
Okay. Absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for your work.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Others here. Perfect. Get the radio.
I need it.
Take it. I'll text it to you.
Okay.
Here we go. Here. 1, 2, and 3. That's the moment right there. That was it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All righty. And then I'll call up Chief to share a brief presentation as well.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As regards to Red Cross, the incident we had the other day here at Casanova, they were one of the first phone calls we made. We call them often for displaced residents, and they're always there to meet the needs. Patsy was engaged from the get-go and has been actively engaged with the displaced residents ever since. So the service they provide to us in our community is invaluable, and we really appreciate it. Beyond that, Patsy does come. We have county chiefs meetings. She comes and engage and offers her support to all of our communities. So thank you to the Red Cross. Also, the smoke detector program, they do donate smoke detectors to us. So if we go to a resident that needs a smoke detector, one's malfunctioning or not working right, we can replace them with the smoke detectors they provide. So we truly appreciate their work. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about the fire at 800 Casanova to kind of give you a little perspective of the challenges we faced that day. That building we're very familiar with it. We respond there quite often. A lot of medical emergencies, a lot of fire alarms. Poses a lot of challenges. It's a high density building with residents with a lot of needs, 86 units, 3 stories. Has a common attic, means that if the fire gets in the attic, it'll spread laterally. It did that day. It's got a center hallway construction, meaning that all of the residents exit into the hallway to get out of the business or out of the apartment complex. So when smoke is in that hallway, they get trapped in their units. It happened that day. Also, no sprinkler system. So sprinklers will activate, kind of give us time to put the fire in check, but the fire grew unchecked till we got there. So there's a lot of challenges that day. Just kind of want to give you a little bit about what our units face. So our first unit on scene was Medic Engine 13, which is, on Delavina and Montecito. They were there in less than 5 minutes. So while responding, we have pre-plans. We kind of know the building. So the crews discussed the plan for what they wanted to do. So the plan was they wanted to go down the left driveway because the access to stairwell to that 3rd story unit that was reported on fire, that was the best access. When they got there, the streets were filled with people. They couldn't access that driveway. There's so many people in there. So they had to stop. They had to go to plan B. They had to make a decision. So they stopped in front of the building and accessed from the front of the building. So, from the company officer's perspective, that was Kenny Hutchison that day. He's actually here today. You have a lot of things going through your mind. You have a big problem with limited resources initially. So our actual priorities are saving lives, stabilizing the incident, preserving property, and then the environment. So his decision was, and our decision was, we're going to put a line on the fire that do the most good to save the most lives. And that's 100% the correct decision. So they got off the engine. Just think about it. You're getting off the engine, grabbing your tools, equipment, swarmed with people. My loved one's here. I think it's here, and everyone's trying to help, but it's really distracting to the crews. So they pretty much got swarmed by everybody, which is natural and normal. So they ascended the stairwell. As they ascended the stairwell, there's people coming down the stairwell. People are being assisted, people with walkers, and needed help getting down. But they continued up the stairwell. They met smoke in the stairwell. So actually I had to mask up the stairwell. They opened the door. Smoke conditions were to the ground. So we have these thermal imager cameras that kind of detect differences in temperature so you can search for victims. So Kenny tried to put it up to see it, and you couldn't even see the camera. That's how bad the visibility was. So they progressed down the hallway. So with that, we started having other people arrive. So other companies came to support that first in company. So we got more support on those hose lines. Other hose lines were being pulled as well. There are people hanging off the balconies on the 3rd floor. So other companies were throwing ladders to the balconies, carrying people down. We had over 8 people rescued off the balconies. Roof operation. So the new truck, which you guys just came to the ceremony, thank you for coming, but the truck went to the roof. So the crews went to the roof. So you cut a hole in the roof to alleviate the pressure. It acts like a chimney. So you give the victims every chance for survival, and our firefighters a chance to see what they're doing. So we did that, and to lift the heat. Also cut trenches to preserve property. So the truck company did an outstanding job with that. Chief officer support. So we have an on-duty chief officer responded that day. That was Matt Harris. He had a lot of things going on, but we had chief officers responding from home. Chief Greenlee showed up and helped him immediately. Acting Division Chief Valdez showed up, went to the 3rd floor to run the companies up there. Chief Cooper showed up to help with investigation and taking interviews. So there's a lot of effort on our part, on our people support. Every single unit in our system was there that day. We had off-duty people coming in to support the incident as well. And then we have mutual and auto aid partners. So we started ordering resources consecutively ordering out. So, excuse me, ordering out. So we got resources coming in. So it ended up being a third alarm fire with the MCI, which was mass casualty incidents. We had AMR ambulances coming and our own ambulances and from regional. So it was a very challenging event with support from a lot of agencies as far away as Hollister. You know, although it was a tragic fire for many reasons, I'm extremely proud of how we responded. It was the sheer will and determination of our firefighters that saved lives that day. And I can honestly stand before you and say that. We could have very easily lost many more lives or the building, but it doesn't stop there. We had a lot of other support from our city staff and within the city. Monterey PD, police officers got there on scene first. So they went in immediately into the building. They couldn't make access to the third floor. So they went to the second and first floors, evacuating people. And just from, you know, the people's perspective, you know, that's all they have. That's their residence. They have their pets and their medications and their whatever assistance they need to get around. So, and they're woken up at 3:50 in the morning. So they were, you know, the police officers had to get them out of the units. And so they carried them out of the building. They did a phenomenal job and risked a lot to save a lot. So that's what we like to say. So tremendous support from Monterey PD. So we're very appreciative for that. City manager's office, first person I called was Lou at 3:50 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And he was immediately on the phone to talk to Department of Emergency Management, Red Cross, anything he could do to help us, other city staff. Nat showed up on scene, started gathering information to get information out to the public and to the elected officials so you could answer questions as you start to get them. Public Works, Andrea texted me right away, like, what do you need? At the time I said nothing, which I did need something, but she sent Jeff Glass anyway, and he was extremely helpful. They blocked off all the streets so to reduce congestion and to make sure we had a safe working environment. Parks and Rec, their staff, so we had all these people in the street, so we needed to find a place to put them. So we talked about Casanova Oak Knoll and the rec center. So we needed staff to open those up. So they were there to open them up and provided a van so we could do that. We ended up with a different plan, but they were there for us. And building officials were there first thing in the morning to help evaluate the building and see what the conditions are and if we're safe to operate in. You know, every department in the city assisted us in some way. So I just want to say thank you to our city staff. CERT. So for our incidents, when we have larger incidents, we call for CERT, and their primary objective mostly on incidents is to provide firefighter rehab. As you can imagine, this was a very taxing event. Our firefighters and the first responders were very taxed. So we give them breaks and we need hydration and food. So, and CERT did that, but that morning was something very different. They went above and beyond. They went to started helping the residents. They gave them Mylar blankets, you know, like those tinfoil blankets you see. So just to kind of keep them warm if we can. They assist them. So the plan ended up being that Monterey MST provided buses so we could take them to the Hyatt. So MST, they had a supervisor there right away and helped us with that transport. But we needed to get the residents to the bus. So CERT was very instrumental in doing that. And then they went to the Hyatt and helped them off the bus and then stayed there all day to make sure that the residents were getting what they needed from the apartments, because there was still a lot of things left behind, as you can imagine, and continue to work with them throughout the week to gather their belongings and then to assist them to relocate to another facility. So thank you to CERT, Demi and his team provided tremendous support for the incident. And then last one is All In, is a nonprofit who's been very instrumental in helping the residents as well. But, you know, I also want to take the opportunity to thank you, the City Council, for your support and investment into the fire department over the past 2.5 years. You share in the success of this incident. You know, over the past 2.5 years, you've invested into our fleet to make sure that we have the apparatus, the tools, equipment to respond to these type of incidents. The technology upgrades, we have iPads in every vehicle, which helps us to manage and to run incidents and track resources. That's happened recently. The training, you know, we have someone in charge of our training to develop a training plan to bring training to our department with a facility now, which the mayor got a chance to see, to train. We brought in subject matter experts to not only train our firefighters, but our surrounding partners as well. Because as you know, these incidents are going to involve everybody. So we need everyone on the same page. And we did that. We have command and control training. So how we run an incident. We had just had training on search for civilians and extricating people from fires. All those skills were used that day and culminated in that success. So, you know, when I arrived that morning, the fire was showing through the roof. You know, from that moment, I really understood what the potential of that fire was. And now knowing the outcome, I'm extremely grateful for all the hard work that was done at that fire. The determination and will of our firefighters is inspiring to me, and we are very grateful for the support we receive so that when the moment comes, we are prepared to do our job. It was a true team effort that saved lives that day, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to sharing the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And a special thank you to you because you were the one leading the team through that, but to our entire city staff. There's not a day that I go by that I continue to be impressed by the work that is done by our city team and everybody's willingness to just dive in and do the job that needs to be done. And it was displayed last week with this fire. It's unfortunate that it happened. And, you know, we just came from the push-in ceremony for the new fire ladder. That was a pretty penny, but it's worth the investment because you don't need it until you need it. And when you do need it, you want it to be there and you want to have that service provided. And you all did that. And I appreciated your recognition of the rest of the city team that jumped in as well. I was talking to a police officer over the last few days about them arriving on scene, and their job is not to necessarily go into the building. That's not part of their job description, but they jumped in and they went into a burning building, literally a burning building, without the same equipment that our firefighters use. And maybe I shouldn't be saying this out loud, but it's the drive and willingness to make sure that we're doing what we can to protect our residents. So thank you to all of our public safety officials and the entire city team. So please, let's give another round of applause to our city staff. And I'll just say one closeout point on this topic, which is we're still working with the Housing Authority as the lead agency to address the displaced fire victims. And I just appreciate the city manager's office for playing such an integral part in a lot of the behind the scenes work that's happening to make sure that we're providing the care that's needed to our residents. So with that, I will open it up to the council for questions, comments, please.
So yeah, echoing my colleague, the mayor, just a big thank you to the fire department, to the police department, to the emergency team, CERT, our city staff. I mean, just amazing how quickly everybody moved into action. And I think that's important for us to remember how special and unique Monterey is, because we aren't always, we're about having quality of life. And that means also being there for each other when emergencies come up like this. And I'm really thankful for Red Cross. I see them just leaving right now because they really, they came in and they moved quickly to be able to help. And even all the nonprofits that heard about it, because I remember when everything was coming in, all the nonprofits were stepping in very quickly saying, we want to help. How can we help? And that's Monterey. And that's the Monterey way. So I want to thank the nonprofits as well for how they stepped in.
I'd like to also take the opportunity, while we have a good number of folks who were part of this whole effort last week, to express gratitude. It was a very significant event. I live about a block away from the fire, and it just to see how everything unfolded and just the professionalism of everybody involved and the care and the compassion. It was something that was just amazing. I later in the morning, I walked over to at least try to get some type of visual of really what was happening on Casanova, and I came to the barricades that were equipped with our CERT volunteers, and introduced myself, and I asked politely if I could crossed the barrier there, and they were like, you probably shouldn't go through there. So they were doing their job. So I appreciated that, keeping everyone safe. But again, just expressing gratitude to everybody who was involved. And I think something that really it resonates and really hits home for me, what Chief was saying, that this fire could have gone a lot more different. So thank you so much for the care, the attention, and just for the work that you do every day, not just last week. Thank you.
A big thank you to Chief Moore. You were so calm, and I admire that so much. It has to be a valuable asset to stay calm in a catastrophe like that. And Incident Commander Harris, I don't even know if he's here, but phenomenal job. And the CERT team, with 80 people residing in that apartment, there was a lot for CERT to do. If you're with CERT, would you please stand up for a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's all been said, but I want to highlight a couple of things. Dr. Barber said it. It really is the Monterey way. And what does that mean? And some people always ask, well, what does that mean? This is a perfect representation where it's everybody comes to help in whatever we need to do to solve it at that moment. We're fortunate we have deep resources, but this is why we do. And this was exactly the moment that we need to have CERT, and we need to have Public Works that answers their phone at night. We need to have police and fire to be able to respond. So thank you for everybody. The Red Cross had a moment, and I didn't want to pass that up. We all see the tragedies that are earthquakes or fires or storms or, hurricanes across the country. And at times we're willing to write that check. And there's a couple that are popular in my family, and Samaritan's Purse and Red Cross. They're always the first. But there's the local chapters that need the support. These are nonprofits. So if you find it in your heart, remember your local chapters of All In and Samaritan's Purse is a national effort that helps with national events like Red Cross does. But our Red Cross local chapter also needs to have our support as a continuation so that they are here to be able to respond. And so they are a great partner of ours. For years, when I was in the police department, we were always able to rely on the Red Cross, and they're there to serve us all. So let's remember to help support our nonprofits so they can augment and help our full-time staff when we have that emergency in the middle of the night. We need to have them survive. We need to have them thrive. So remember to help support your choice of your nonprofit to help us as a community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to say two final points. The piece around training is, I think, what allowed to be the success of the events that had occurred last week. The more you train, the more you're prepared in the moment. And that goes for our public safety officials, but also our volunteers like Red Cross. These volunteers are trained and prepared to offer the type of assistance that they are. So thank you. Kudos to our entire team, both in city and out, for being prepared for this. And then I think it's also a moment where we can be a little bit self-reflective around how each of us individually are going to be prepared at home. And as we heard in their presentation earlier with programs like smoke detectors, it just might be an opportunity for you to just use this as a litmus test. Just do a quick check and make sure that everything is functioning as is at home. And I'm sure if you contact our fire department, they'd be more than glad to walk through some of those steps with you and make sure you have access to the appropriate resources. So with that, I'll open it for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If you're in the chamber, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. Nope, this is specifically on the Red Cross proclamation. So we have one in the chamber. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut it off to the one, and then we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, one. We have one on Zoom. Go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good afternoon, everybody. Esther Malkin, president of the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association. My neighborhood is adjacent to where this happened in Kona, and I got a call from Kate Daniels first thing in the morning before I had no idea that was anything that was going on. And so I started getting calls from other people because Casanova runs along my neighborhood as well. So people were concerned that it was in my neighborhood, but it wasn't. So when I heard about it, I knew I have full confidence in our police department, our fire department, and CERT and everything. So I didn't want to get too close to what was going on, but I did make some phone calls and I got in touch. So I wanted to give a shout out specifically to the Hyatt. They did a phenomenal job in taking people in, sorting them out, figuring out their needs. I went to the Hyatt because it came over the radio that they needed pet food. Luckily, people got most of their pets out. I think there were a couple of injured pets, but the call went out for pet food. And so I grabbed my neighbors and some of us took our own pet food over to the Hyatt. And when I got there, there was no chaos. It was all super organized. I want to give a shout out specifically to CERT, the Profetas in particular. I got there, they were sorting through all kinds of things. I was in touch with the management of the hotel who had told me they had gotten a list of things that people needed. I went to Target, brought it back, gave it to the Profetas. They distributed it to whoever needed it. And also the SPCA. By the time I got there to deliver, what I had collected in half an hour, they were already there on site, ready to take care of the pets and all their needs. So the coordination was really, really seamless. It was really, it could have been very chaotic and it wasn't. So I want to just make sure that everybody understands the role that CERT plays. And everybody knows we've got budget cuts and stuff coming, but these are things that we really need to pay attention to and make sure that we continue to fund them, because this is an example. I mean, we haven't had a huge event like this in quite a while. And so it's really an example of the professionalism and everything else that everyone said. So, but yeah, shout out to Kate Daniels' staff as well and the Hyatt and SPCA. Thank you.
That's true. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
That caller has lowered their hand. I think maybe they intended to speak on the general comments.
Okay, perfect. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and close this item out. Thanks again to everybody for the team effort. With that, we'll go to general public comments. So this is an opportunity to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. So non-agendized items. I'll check in with first folks on Zoom. You can navigate your way over to the raise hand function. Meanwhile, I'll check in the chamber. If you want to speak for general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. Okay, so I have 4. Josh, no, okay. 5. Okay, so I have 2. I don't know where I got 5 from. I got 2 sitting and 3 stand. Oh, that's why 3 standing. All right, so we're gonna go to cut it off to those 5 in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom. We're gonna go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
1 minute flat. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I just want to let you know 3 dates, so get your pencils ready. Monday, April 13th. It's the spring meeting of Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. This is our spring meeting and our elections.
April 13th, what time?
Monday, April 13th, doors open at 6:30 at the church, Highway 68 in Johnson Canyon. Meeting starts promptly at 7 o'clock. That's Monday, April 13th. Sunday, September 13th. That's Sunday, September 13th, 2 to 4 p.m. The Fisherman's Flats Party in the Park. Sunday, September 13th, 2 to 4 p.m. The final date is Monday, September 28th. Doors open 6:30. Meeting starts at 7. Fisherman's Flats, Candidates Forum for Monterey candidates. That's Monday, September 28th. Thank you.
What time? Did you say time?
7.
Thank you.
Doors open at 6:30.
Same as the first one.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
Mayor, City Council, staff. Firstly, I just want to say, boy, I love this town. We really are living up to the name. Monterey, blessed by God. This is the King's Mountain, what Monterey means. Just we're blessed. Look at the beautiful day outside that we have. We have weather that's just amazing. I've had so many people tell me this week, surprisingly, coming back into Monterey, they feel so blessed they're here. No matter where they're visiting in the world, they seem to come back and just feel so special here. And then we see how we respond in these crises. As you know, I'm developing on Cannery Row there. What a battle over 8 years. It's all about the community for me and trying to build that space out and do things for people. One thing I have going now will be on March 23rd to 25th, the 25th to the 29th, which is a Wednesday to Sunday. Got the Bible bus coming. If you just want to learn a little more about the Bible, it's like the Bible Museum, but it's on wheels, traveling the country, just trying to love people and tell them about what the Bible says and help them with history and all that. I'm also going to have a We Pray Monterey event. That's an event where we actually bring area churches together. That'll be on a Friday evening at 6:00. And then finally, I want to invite you and the whole city over to National Day of Prayer. Put in your calendars, May 7th. We're hosting all the city government people that want to come, any fire chiefs, any firemen, anyone in the police department. We're going to take care of your dinner. It's probably going to be at the Filipino Center, 7:30 in the morning, about an hour and a half full buffet, and it's will be prepared by The Bridge, which is the local transitional group here, housing that helps people get off drugs. They got a year culinary program. They're amazing. And with them, I'm also going to be using them. I'm doing a big restaurant now on Cannery Row. I'm not going to wait for my full development as I'm going to do. I've got an upstairs 4 Hands diner. We're going to two world-class chefs will be preparing, and then pizzas and tapas below. Hopefully get that open in 3 months. We just had such a battle in doing the oceanfront dining with our pizza oven that I'm doing that first, and we'll do the pizza oven later. But I want to bring people to the ocean. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Hello, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Lucas. I am a student at Middlebury Institute, and I've lived in the area for 4 years. I'm here today to show support for the rental inventory. I know it's on the schedule for later, but I have somewhere to be then. So I'd just like to discuss it here today.
Sorry, Lucas, I apologize. If the item is on the agenda, we only can take public comment when that item is being presented.
Do you know what time that would be?
It's late.
There's not a specific time, so
It's 30.
yeah, it's a little bit later into just trying to look real quick. So 13, 12, 11. So we have 10, 11, 12. We have three items in front of it if nothing gets pulled from our consent agenda. So maybe another half hour, 45 minutes probably. And that's me being optimistic, but sorry, Lucas. Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, I just want to come forward and ask that you guys redouble your efforts in the streets. My office is on Pearl Street. I've been there probably, I don't know, 25, 30 years. And that roadway in the front has uplifted to the point where it's like this. And it's going to be hazardous one day. And everybody that goes by there doesn't see it, probably has a front alignment. And I travel all over town. That's just my nature because I have properties here, there, and everywhere. And the streets really, really need to be addressed. It's going to cost a lot more if you continue to let those just go into deterioration, or there's a collapse on some of these places, and then the repairs are even going to be worse. But I think you guys should redouble your efforts and really look into the streets, because that's the first thing people notice when they drive into town, and they notice the streets are, what the hell happened here? You know what I'm saying? And so it doesn't have a good reflection on the city as a whole when you have roadways that are just in terrible, terrible shape. Thank you for your time.
I know you came and talked to us about this before. Did you connect with staff on this?
Yeah, they don't.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Staff, council members. Once again, subject to the computer. My name is Dan, I'm a street vendor, and this morning I got notified that an area that was once large, and I had a conversation about a year and a half ago with the mayor. The idea was sooner or later it'll be removed, like that happened in 1906, and the mayor kind of assured me that wouldn't happen. Well, now we're down to 25% of the original amount of people. Today, just notified that the area got even smaller. Now there's only allowed 8 vendors, and it's continued to be reduced at a steady pace. So, this is a different subject, a little bit different. So, I think that they made a mistake in charging disabled people fees. They've been collecting over time. I just going back about 3 years. I think the number, and I could be corrected by accounting office, but it's somewhere to about $240,000 collected fees. There was up, so now it's legally the process is legal now, but it's should nonprofit. I'd like to see if that money can be retained for never ray of hope. But once again, it's been difficult and working with the city, but I'm doing my best to make it right. Thank you.
I think that was it for the chamber. So we'll go ahead and go to our callers on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Suzanne. You can go ahead.
Okay. Hello. My name is Susie Wester. I live here in Monterey City, and I am a faculty at CSUB. And I'm talking about the city housing element. Specifically, the city should accept Pure Water One's water supply allotment. As other cities.
All right, Susie, that's on the agenda.
Not allowed to be discussed right now.
Yep. Well, we'll come back to that item later in the council.
Do you know the same question about how long?
Yeah, I can't really say. It just depends on how long each item takes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then our next speaker is Justin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I came last week to make public comment on this topic, and I just wanted to add on to it a little bit. I have a simple ask tonight, and that is the city not approve parade permits that allow armored vehicles in the 4th of July parade. I've called the business association, the Old Town, and I've emailed the executive director with the same request as well. They review the permits there and to approve them going forward. And I actually don't know when it comes to the council, if at all. But if it does, it would be great if you don't approve it. I recognize you're working on really big issues, and I genuinely appreciate your consideration. But I do think it goes deeper into our values and culture, and those are things that shape our behavior over time, over the long term. So we should prevent those vehicles in the parade. Just to let you know what they were in the parade last year, there was an M3 half track built for combat, typically armed with heavy machine guns. There was a Willys Jeep, sometimes mounted with machine guns for reconnaissance and escort. There was a GMC CCKW truck, occasionally armed for convoy protection. And there was a Duke W amphibious truck, occasionally armed for beach landings. And so the concern really is about timing and normalization. The 4th of July is the wrong moment to get comfortable with armored military vehicles on the streets. It is the right time to fully support the brave men and women of the military, all civil servants like all of you in the room, and diverse people who make up our community. That's the true definition of what makes our country great. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks, Justin. I think that was it for our public commenters. So we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And we will now move to consent agenda. There's been no items requested to be pulled from staff, is what I understand. So checking with the council. Anybody on the council wish to pull anything?
I just make a comment on site.
We have to pull. We can't pull in. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing to pull? Okay. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and go out to public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on any of our agenda items or request an item be pulled. So I'll check out first with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on consent? All right. I'm not seeing any. So I'll go back to folks on Zoom, do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we approve and pass all of the consent items.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. With that, we'll move on to our public hearing item is item number 9 on the agenda, which is resolution to modify the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District Management District Plan to add the city of Sand City to the district. And with that, I'll pass it to Lou.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This item has been before you, and this is another hearing to approve that district. And your assistant city manager will present the item.
That's right. And I'll keep this brief. Council is familiar with the process. The Monterey County Tourism Improvement District has been in place since 2007 in different forms, and it's the main vehicle by which there's destination marketing dollars available through an assessment on the lodging properties throughout the county with different assessment rates based on the type of lodging property. With the addition of 2 hotels in Sand City, that opened up earlier this year, the management district plan is being recommended to be adjusted and to add the city of Sand City to the countywide MCTID. And this action would allow that assessment to begin. The 2 properties are the Courtyard by Marriott, as well as the Residence Inn by Marriott that opened in Sand City in January. All of the proper lodging businesses have been notified. There's full support from the Sand City City Council and their staff. And this final action is being recommended to you today to hold the public hearing and resolution of modifying the TID. Awesome. Thank you, Nat. Any questions from the council? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, thank you. Go ahead and check in with folks on Zoom and do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Make a motion to accept the resolution to modify the improvement district.
Second.
All right, so moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to our public appearance items. First is item 10, receive subcommittee recommendations, appoint applicants to positions on the Appeals Hearing Board, Building and Housing Appeals Board, Measure P and S Oversight Committee, and authorize the mayor to sign a letter recommending appointment of a representative to the city on the Transportation Agency for Monterey County Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Advisory Committee. So I think I'll just jump right into this. So I want to thank first Clementine and city staff for helping to coordinate all the efforts. As you can imagine, there's a lot of logistics in the background trying to work with Vice Mayor Smith and I on our availability, and then trying to make the options work for the applicants. And then there's the entire application process, and then obviously the interviews and the recommendations. So we did it very similar to the process last year when Gino was vice mayor. We gave the opportunity for all the applicants to be interviewed, and we had a set of questions. There was follow-up questions. It was over a course of 2 days, and on the second day, at the end of the last interview, Vice Mayor Smith and I went into deliberations, and we both presented the selections that you see in the staff report. And so there was agreement on most of the seats, but there was some variance as it relates to mainly the TAMC Bike and Ped Committee. There was one as it relates to the Building and Housing Appeals Board, but the one individual that applied for that was determined to be not qualified by staff. So I don't think that there's a need to waste energy there. And since I have the mic, I'll go ahead and share my thoughts as it relates to the name that I recommend to the council, and then I'll pass it to Vice Mayor Smith, and he can share his thoughts. Hopefully you all had a chance to go back and listen to the interviews if you weren't there in person, and a chance to look at the applications. But Susie Bryan was the applicant that I'd like the council to consider pushing forward. She has lived in a couple of different communities where there have been initiatives that she's been engaged in, where they've been really creative and innovative around finding the types of solutions that address the things that the Bike and Ped Committee is addressing. And so she really wants to be able to bring those forward. Her enthusiasm, her energy far exceeded all the other applicants. We had some good applicants, and I think it's tough. I mean, I know Diane and Luis, and they're both amazing community members that have a lot to offer. Catherine Edgerton worked with at the Naval Postgraduate School, and her interview was very enlightening as well. I think that we had some really good applicants, and this was obviously the toughest one for us to make a decision on. But I think Susie, that if I could just leave it with one word, is her enthusiasm, her energy to lean in and not just digest the information, but have an agenda, help push forward, and be collaborative along the way. So with that, I'll pass it to Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you very much. I went back and the candidates that we were looking at that we're talking about now are the advisory committee for the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, known as TAMSI. And there is a bicycle and pedestrian facilities advisory committee. What's created the vacancy is that Councilmember Gino Garcia has served on that for quite some time and is stepping down, which creates a vacancy at that advisory committee. So in analyzing the duties, if you want to look at the staff report, it's here, but I want to, for the public's, read the job description, basically the focus, but the duties and purpose of the committee. Advise the Transportation Agency for Monterey County on safety, community needs, concerns, goals, and objectives with respect to bicycle and pedestrian facilities and travel. Special reports related to the bicycle and pedestrian planning effort may be made to the TAMSI at any time. Review local bicycle and pedestrian facility planning documents. Review bicycle and pedestrian project funding applications submitted to TAMSI and recommend a priority project list in each funding cycle. Advocate bicycle use and walking as viable alternative means of transportation. Identify future areas for short and long-term improvement strategies for the development of bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and operate as a forum and a community member for communications between the public and private agencies, users, and providers. And the applicants were Susie Bryan, Catherine Eckerton, Diane Gazelle, and Luis Osorio. All did very well. And I think the mayor and I came to the two finalists, Susie Bryan and Catherine Eckerton. I reviewed both of the videos again, and looked at my notes, and I have the system where I score 1 through 10 on the questions, and they both scored well between Catherine and Susie, but Catherine scored better in my process. I appreciated the energy and the efforts of both the finalists that we were having to choose from. For me, I looked at how well they did in their answers to the questions, how well they exercised their understanding of what would be the process in this advisory role. And also, I'm on TAMSI. I represent this council as a TAMSI member. So I've been on TAMSI for 11 years, and I've seen a lot of the work that the various committees do. And so I am sensitive to the importance of the service of that member. And there are a variety of things in advocating for bicycle, but it's also collecting the information from all cities in the county of Monterey. So I'm a little more sensitive to somebody who expresses knowing their role versus just being excited about getting part of being able to advocate for riding a bicycle. There's a little work to do there. I liked Catherine's work history, what she's done in her professional life, documents reviewing, writing, looking at grants, participating in collaborative efforts with other scholastic efforts that happened at the Navy Postgraduate School with her. I didn't get a sense that Susie expressed that as well for me. So I rated Catherine higher than Susie. They both did well, but when it comes down to it, I look at the performance and depth of the answers and how I rated at the time. And so to me, I can't defer to selecting somebody who rated lower than the top rated person in the interview for me, which was Catherine.
Okay, so at this time, I think I would just open it up to the council for any questions at this point, and then we can deliberate more after public comment. Are there questions at this time? Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. All right, you can come up. I'll cut it off to the 2 in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. Whoever wants to go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tyler Williamson, council and staff. My name is Elizabeth Yanish, and I want to just stand here and appreciate being able as a public servant to be part of the governance of these interviews. I really felt part of what we experienced the other day. And to me, I learned a great deal about not only these candidates who are amazing, truly amazing in their backgrounds and interest in participating in our city work. And so there's nothing quite like being present, to read somebody well. And I know this forum here is very intimate for you and the people that are being interviewed. But I certainly really valued being in person with them. I think that as council members, I would love to see these kinds of interviews and for all of you in the same way, and would hope that maybe down the line we'll be able to do that. It's a value for me as a person because I learn more about my community and the people who are interested in serving on these committees. I think they're vital, really, to the way that we do our business. And I feel like it's worthy for more public people to be present, during these interviews. I would love to see a 4 p.m. meeting of City Council where you are all able to hear these people speak about themselves. You all ask beautiful, discerning questions for these candidates, and I think the rest of you would have wonderful other questions to ask and learn more about these candidates. So I appreciate this ability to be part of this process, city process, and thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Again, discussions with the candidates, and I feel went well. However, in some ways, some of them seem like you have already a relationship with some of them, and it's like when you're in their position, it has to be a little bit more neutral, almost like it'd be better to have them maybe put into a raffle to have. I noticed in some of the conversations, you kind of the character of. It's good to have a communication, but it's a little bit more than just it. And this is still to know business and not friendship, because that's where that was gets a little bit out of balance, and like it's hard to have an equal chips sway the vote. Like in the last month, to the statement to the appeals board person that was in charge, and it seemed to be a little bit unfair in the meeting of not being equal sides. It's a whole idea of equal footing, because I noticed in some of the conversations there's almost a friendship for that you're selecting, and it's not equally fair for the selected person if they're already maintaining a and that's just all about it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on the item. And I'll just respond to the last public comment, which is, I think what I articulated was the exact opposite of what you're suggesting. I have closer relationships with some of the people that applied for these positions, and I'm not putting their name forward because they weren't the best applicant. It's unfortunate that you felt that you walked away feeling that way. But I hope that I came across friendly to everybody that walked in, whether I knew them or not. I don't want to speak for Councilmember Smith, but I think that that standard, that expectation is shared amongst both of us, that we're really truly just trying to find the best candidates to fill these positions. So that said, open it up to the council for deliberation, please.
I was there for the interviews, and I feel much the same as Elizabeth Yanish. I've watched them all since we began doing them publicly, and I'm just always so touched at the quality of the candidates and the depth of experience people in this town have. And it's always very exciting for me. I love it. I love doing it. As to this particular question, the four candidates were stellar. Diane was great. Louis Osario, to me, he's the king of the city. Planning committee, architectural review. The man is wise. Catherine and Susie, I thought both did a great job. I'm going to go with Councilmember Smith's recommendation, and I'm going to tell you why. She bicycles 50 to 80 miles a week on the rec trail and the connecting trails, so she knows what she's talking about. She walks to work, so she's also a pedestrian commuter. I think that's important. I think Susie is an athlete too. She does public policy research and communication. To me, that's important in that kind of a role. And that she has extensive experience in both writing for public policy and grant writing. Those are skills that would be very, very valuable in that committee. But I'm going to be honest, the main difference to me is that Councilmember Smith sits on the TAMC committee for 11 years. So I want to give him the nod as knowing what that committee is about and what they're looking for and the qualities as between the candidates. So that I'm going to swing my vote to Catherine. And I don't know her.
So I watched both interviews and I think they both did great, Kate and Susie. So I'm going to support Susie, and the reason why I support her is because as Councilmember Smith mentioned, I actually have sat in the Bike and Ped Committee for going on to 4 years now, and in looking at the composition of the current committee, most of the folks who sit on that committee don't necessarily bring technical knowledge to the conversation, but rather their lived experience as pedestrians, as bicyclists. Sure, some may have a little bit of technical knowledge, but it's not really a prerequisite for the type of conversations that happen in that committee. And in fact, I would say that what TAMC staff really look for is they bring the technical knowledge for projects or programming that happen throughout the county. That's where they specialize, but they're bringing it to the community, or rather to the committee, to get more of a community feedback from the representatives in that committee, which live anywhere from King City up to, I would say, probably Salinas, Monterey.
No, the Red Barn, where the border is.
Yes.
County.
Well, no, yeah, I know countywide, but I'm trying to remember. I don't know that we have representatives currently in the committee who participate from all the way up there. Yeah. So yeah, it's a countywide committee. Whether we have representatives representing all areas of the county, that's a different story. So I really enjoyed the enthusiasm for sure that Susie brings, but I also what captured my attention is that I think that enthusiasm, what it really brings is the and maybe the lacking or not lacking, but not necessarily leaning on technical knowledge. She brings, I think, more of potentially innovative and imaginative approach to what our communities could look like with more pedestrian infrastructure, with more bike infrastructure, versus someone who might be a little bit better versed in just planning in general. So for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and support Susie. I think they would both be a good fit, but I'm leaning more towards Susie. And last thing I would add here is I don't remember. I know during my tenure there hasn't been an alternate, but I wonder if maybe that could be an option for Kate as well. I'm not exactly sure. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, actually, that's a good question. I never thought about it that way, but I did see what the interviews had, but I have a lot of respect for both people as far as Vice Mayor Smith, because he's on TAMC, but I have respect for you being in the actual position and kind of knowing what you thought was needed and what was bought. It sounds like you can't go wrong with either one of them. I would love to see if that's a possibility for one to be an alternate. If one actually gets it tonight, could the other one be alternate? Because it sounds like either one is going to be a good position. But because you were actually in the position, I'm going to go with Susie, because I feel like if you were in the position, you kind of know what it's needed for that committee directly.
How often do they meet?
Once a month, first Wednesday of the month.
So I don't believe that they have an alternate plan of that committee, because the committee is large enough to it doesn't typically have a quorum problem, and they don't have to go through so much of a concern of enough people showing up.
No, sometimes there are challenges, like we get really close to not meeting quorum.
Clementine has.
Oh, please.
Oh, you can go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
Oh, I was just speaking to my own experience. And yeah, so when I took the role, there wasn't any conversation around an alternate as far as I remember. And I want to say that I have seen alternates for other areas or agencies, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can.
Yeah, I just pulled up their bylaws and they do allow an alternate, so that solution would work.
Okay.
But would we be allowed to make that decision tonight, or would we have to recruit for the alternate seat? I guess it's more of a legal question.
I think it's probably okay because this is just, it's a different kind of appointment. It's a recommendation. You're not actually appointing someone, you're recommending
Okay.
to the board
Okay.
the consideration of these people.
So I'm going to make a motion to accept the recommendations that were made by Vice Mayor Smith and myself, with the exception of the Bike and Ped Committee recommendation, and suggest appointing Susie Bryan as the rep and Catherine Edgerton as the alternate. My motion. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
We haven't really talked about it, but it's in the staff work where the council members have seen the selections, but the public doesn't know who we're selecting for the other positions. So I feel like we ought to just say those.
Yeah.
I know you have a motion, but I think we should report.
I hear what you're saying. And this is a conversation that we've had with staff in regards to like meeting efficiency.
Yeah.
We have a lot on the agenda tonight, and I think if people are that eager to know, they can check out the agenda report because it is available. It's publicly available. It's not like we're hiding anything. But for sake of time, I think we'll go ahead and just move forward with the motion if that's okay.
That's what you want to do.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right. Passes 3-2. And with that, we'll move on to item 11, authorize the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the County of Santa Cruz to coordinate the funding and administration of the local government Outer Continental Shelf Coordination Program, appoint a council member to represent the city, and authorize $1,000 from planning office professional services budget to support the work effort. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Your Community Services Director will present that this evening.
Thank you very much. This evening's item is to address the federal government's, as you know, is considering leasing the California coastline for offshore oil drilling. And in response to that, the County of Santa Cruz is really taking a leadership role. And what they've done is they are proposing a memorandum of understanding basically to any jurisdiction that wants to join. And that the purpose of the memorandum of understanding would be to create a local government outer continental shelf coordination program. And the idea would be that this group could provide timely updates, share resources, and help regional coordination on this issue. So the first item before you is to consider whether or not to authorize the city manager to enter into this memorandum of understanding. If you choose to do that, the second item we're asking you is to appoint a council member to participate with that group. They don't have regular meeting times yet. What I've observed, it's really sort of just at its infancy, this group. They've had a couple meetings during the day. Their time has generally been in the afternoon, but I can't share with you a particular meeting schedule yet. So the person that you appoint would need to be flexible enough to participate maybe with a meeting schedule that's not completely outlined yet. And the third is to authorize $1,000 from the planning professional services account to join this group. There is no entry fee, but they are asking for member contributions to help finance the work effort. Just in comparison, basically agencies are putting in what they can. From the county jurisdictions, Monterey County has put in 15,000 up to a high of 30,000 from Sonoma County so far. City of Santa Cruz is contributing 29,000. Due to our budgetary constraints, we're recommending 1,000, but that's up to your discretion as well. So there's 3 items in front of you. Authorization of the memorandum of understanding. The second is appointment of a council member, and the third is the financial contribution.
Thanks, Kim. At this time, are there any questions from the council? Any questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Mr. Reeves, you're wanting to speak on this one? Okay, anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 1, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I was struck by the small amount of $1,000 when everybody else around us is ponying up quite a bit more than that. And here we are right here in the crescent of the most environmentally sensitive part of the bay. So I would hope that we could scrape some more money together to help with that. I mean, I myself will donate to it because I think it's a worthy cause. $1,000 is almost, I wouldn't say insulting, but it's kind of like putting a dime in the hat, you know, when other people are putting $10 in. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, to a caller on Zoom.
Suzanne, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment that this is so important. Why people come to Monterey Bay is because of our water and have a beautiful ocean. And so I would concur that we should support at a higher level because this is foundational for our city to keep clean water and not have an oil spill. It would be disastrous. And so we should do what we can to support. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. I'm going to start this one off because I asked staff to have this put on the agenda. I've been coordinating with Supervisor Justin Cummings from his visit down during the Save Our Shore event. And this was a little bit of a follow-up to that. As part of our other previous efforts, there was some items regarding an MOU and then the comments that we submitted to the federal government around us not wanting to support that project moving forward. So that being said, I imagine that we'll get the support from the council. I think the biggest question is figuring out the appointment piece. And because I've been coordinating with him, I would just ask the council to consider appointing me to represent the city for that. And then just in response to Mr. Reeves in regards to the $1,000, I shared the same thing with staff and I think it's important for us to be a little bit careful in regards to throwing out too much money right now as it relates to our budget deficit. Because it's easy to just say, well, a little bit here, a little bit there. And when we're struggling to find a little bit here, a little bit there for reduction in expenditures, it's just trying to find an appropriate way of balancing that. But I do feel comfortable in saying that when it comes time for it and the group is ready to take action, that I imagine that the city of Monterey won't have any issue doing our part to contribute towards the cost of service to execute and fight this. So with that, I'll open it up to the council. Who wants to kick us off, please? Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I support this because it's the start of something that may be necessary if this continues to become a large-scale battle at the federal level. I don't think money is so important right now as membership. You know, we're at the point where we're trying to figure out what our budget's going to look like, and to commit to $1,000 now doesn't mean that we can't up that when it's necessary, when the group is calling for some financial necessity to do something. But right now, I don't think there's any financial necessity for anybody to do anything because I'm not hearing that they've hired or retained staff or they've hired a public relationships where that costs money to advocate, write letters, advocating in the lobbying side of the shop and reaching Congress members. So I think this is an entry level that can certainly change as the scope and the work is more quickly identified by the city and county members. If Sonoma is involved, I can't imagine that many other counties in the state of California are not going to also become involved. I think when we get a little bit more clear picture of what the demands are for any financial commitment from counties and cities, that's going to number in the hundreds, I think that then we'll have a framework of what the right number should be. I just think it's premature to do that until we know what our right number is as we're making decisions on building a budget and also establishing what areas of programs that we may have to cut. So I could support the $1,000 as a start, knowing that this may come back at the right time and with some other call.
Anybody else on this side?
Oh, I agree with Ed. We need to join. The amount of money is not important. It should be higher. Maybe it will be higher. We don't have the money right now. Let's just join.
And I imagine the League of California Cities is going to be actively involved in this, as will the County League.
100%.
So there's going to be a lot of things happening in the short term.
Absolutely. Okay.
Are we ready for a motion?
Please.
Okay. I'll make a motion, and I'm going to see if I can get this right because staff has outlined it. That we support agenda item, and the computer just
11.
froze, 11. And the motion is to adopt a resolution to authorize the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the County of Santa Cruz to coordinate the funding and administration of the local government outer continental shelf coordination program on a form approach approved by the city attorney. Second, that the motion would appoint the mayor for the representation for the city of Monterey. And thirdly, that we authorize the expenditure of $1,000 from the account that's listed for the support of local government outer continental shelf coordination program.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I would just offer if, and I don't know how this works in the structure of their program, but if there's somebody that would be willing to be an alternate in case there's.
I would like to be alternate. I was just named to the alternate position of the Sanctuary Commission of AMBAG, and it seems like they might go together.
Yeah, that might be a good fit.
Okay.
So we don't know when the meetings are yet, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, there's two folks on the table. Do you all want to, Dr. Barber and Jean, do you all want to talk through it a little bit and see what might work best? It's a council. I mean, do you want to make a case to the council, Dr. Barber, just similar to Dr. or Jean Rash?
I won't make a case as per se, it's just to show an interest in being an alternate, because I'm fine with it. No, as long as we are in it and we have the backup as an alternate, I think that's the important part, because this is too important for us not to be all the way informed and advised. So I'm constantly and have been involved in environmental things even from the start when I first got here 10 years ago, doing things even in the community. But that's for me, it's not about what I've done, it's about the city of Monterey being involved. So for me, it's just an interest. So if Jean wants to do it, that's fine for me.
Okay.
I'll advocate for not having an interest to do it.
And driving to Santa Cruz.
Well, that's a nice drive, and I like Santa Cruz. But I was on the advisory council for the Sanctuary for about 7 years, and it was brutal. And God bless you for being the alternate. That's not my path right now.
Okay.
And time constraints.
We'll talk later.
Yeah.
Okay, do
I would support the AMBAG. I think that makes a natural connection, and it's going to evolve. And it could be that we get precepts that are more identified, and we get some framework of what the coalition is going to be. And we might come back and we might say, AMBAG's not a good fit because you're busy enough with that, and we bring it back, and then this is going to adapt to something that's a real thing.
This is going to be on the fly, live action work here.
Yep. News 11.
So are you updating your motion? Or are you for the
so we need to include an alter. Yeah, I'll up if friendly update to the motion already prescribed, and we have a second, right?
Yes, I think it was Gina.
Yeah, I think you seconded.
Okay.
Okay, so if the seconder is and supportive, that I would also, in addition to the mayor being appointed, that our alternate would be Ms. Rash to this coalition.
Dr. Rash, I think we just upgraded.
No, Ms. Rash.
It's Dr. Rash.
Nurse Rash.
Nurse Rash.
Lawyer
Rash.
Esquire Rash.
All right, Dr. Barber, are you good with as a seconder? Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Any questions? Any last minute comments?
No.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a Monterey 5. We have 4 more items to get through before we get to closed session. So I'm just going to give everybody a moment to get up and stretch their legs. We're going to start at 6 o'clock though. So yes.
A real 6.
4.
Number
actually.
11.
keep doing it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pick this back up. We're at item 12 on the agenda. Which is to amend resolution 25-060 to include the Vasquez Adobe repairs and Gordon House repairs projects in the FY 25-26 capital improvement program and authorize the finance director to appropriate funds from the facility reserve fund to the capital projects fund in the amount of $1,093,000. That was a lot of fund. The fund was repeated several times there. Anyways, I'm gonna pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And this evening, your General Services Manager will present this item.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Chris White, General Services Superintendent in Public Works. So I'll be reviewing the condition of these two historic structures. Slides. Okay. Some of these photos will be hard to see, but some are repeat as we've presented them in the 2024 and 2025 State of the Infrastructure presentation. This is a more detailed look specifically into these two buildings as they have seen an accelerated rate of deterioration, unfortunately. The first one that we'll cover is the Vasquez Adobe, built in 1834, so 192 years, so almost 200 years old. And then the second one we'll cover is the Gordon House. It is over 175 years old. The Vasquez Adobe sits right behind us to the side of the parking lot, about 175 feet away. And the Gordon House is just right down here around the curve and is about 250 feet away. So these structures are very close in proximity and obviously are very near and dear to our heart for their historic value and their use. Okay, so the scope of the Vasquez Adobe, one of the major issues that we've seen, and we'll cover this, is it is not a watertight building anymore. And as you can imagine, a watertight building becomes a big liability, and then we must make efforts to get it watertight very quickly. But unfortunately, to do that, we need to address a lot of the other issues that we have with this. So the major one is the structural reinforcement, deck, floor, roof framing, etc. Right now, we are not able to occupy the second story balcony at all. We've cautioned it off and red tagged it. It is not safe to be on. We also need to look at the electrical system, HVAC controls, air distribution, ADA accessibility, interior wall repairs and restoration, and then obviously the complete roof replacement. So again, these photos will be hard to see. I would encourage you to, if you have a moment at some point in the next week or two, go take a look. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words, but seeing it in person is obviously worth a lot more than 1,000 words. It'll bring some clarity what these pictures are showing. The first picture on the left, it's hard to see, but the deck itself, when you step out onto that patio, which you're not supposed to right now, it slopes heavily away from the building. It is in a state of deterioration and is unsafe, like I mentioned before. The roof picture shows broken tiles. We do not want to get on the roof out of fear of creating additional roof leaks while we seek the repair. Here are the two major roof leaks that we see right now. Whenever it rains, staff needs to actually chase the leaks with trash cans in order to capture the water to minimize the damage. But this is the state in which we're in. And it is important to note that we also have city staff occupying these buildings right now as their place of work. Here's a close-up view of the deck. You can see deck boards are rotting completely out and need to be complete replacement. The underside of the deck, the paint has long been chipping away, also exposing more rot. This center photo is much harder to see on this presentation, but it is showing a structural crack that is running through the side of the building. And then as well as this restroom obviously is not ADA accessible as we look to address those items as well. Moving on to the Gordon House. This one is a bit different. It's only a single level. It also needs structural repairs. The foundation itself has failed. One of the large rooms, you can actually put a tennis ball on the ground. It will roll by itself from one side to the other. You can also see that through structural cracks. So it needs similar work with structural repair. The exterior deck replacement is the most obvious when you approach the building. It is a pretty bad shape. It needs a partial roof replacement, not a full one. And it needs interior repairs and restoration. Also look at the HVAC system and then some ADA improvements. As you can see, this is the outside we'll cover first. These are the upright posts, these first two photos on the left. These are what sit on top of the deck and they support the patio overhang. We've had termite issues in this building. We have fumigated about 10 years ago. We need to refumigate, but the damage remains. And now the rot is setting in to the point where these pillars are essentially also failing. The siding is also falling off. And we have had extensive issues with wildlife entering, specifically issues with possums that we've had to chase down on multiple occasions across the years that are making up residence underneath. The deck, this, used to have your plank style deck. Years ago, we had to do a temporary repair. We covered it in plywood and painted it. But now you can see that the railing itself has fallen. We have blocked that off for staff use, so we are not allowed to use it. The only portion of the deck that is accessible is the front entryway for staff to enter, and then the rear side for staff to exit. The rest of the deck is not in usable fashion. More picture of the siding is also the deck boards that have rotted out, hence why we needed to plywood over them. Electrical system is undersized, also needs to be looked at, and we also have failing seals on the skylights. Interior, we have a massive amount of flaking paint, doors that are failing. Obviously, things are coming out of alignment due to the foundational issues on a slew of other items. The roof has had some temporary repairs that we need to address, but predominantly the tar and gravel roof on the back. We've had some leaks around the chimney that we need to look at. And then this picture, obviously a crack is hard to see on a photo like this, but this is an interior crack within the walls. Obviously, when you have the foundation failing, you tend to see these throughout the facility. So that was a quick rundown. Obviously, I hate to be the bearer of bad news and really highlight the condition that these are in, but given that these are historic properties, it's in my scope of responsibility to maintain these properties. It seemed prudent to come to you all to seek approval to get these funds to make the necessary repairs. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thanks, Chris. I guess I would only ask if we do this, that we add a possums crossing sign. Just kidding. All right, open up to the council for questions. Please, Dr. Barber.
Thanks so much. Just a quick question. I noticed that if this is approved tonight, it'll be $7,000 left in the reserve. So my question would be for you, since this is in your purview, do you see any other, needs that would come out of that would have to come out of the facility emergency fund with only $7,000 being left for the fiscal year?
Yes, obviously that is a risk, in depleting those funds. But given the state of these buildings, I'd say these really rose to the urgent category very quickly. Those things can always happen. And if that were to happen, then we would have to speak with the other departments in order to find, finance, city management office, in order to hopefully to get additional funding for any other emergencies that might happen while we wait if this reserve is replenished or not.
So since you were saying that this kind of rose to the emergency level, and this is in your purview, do you see any that's in your list now that you have an idea or that would rise to that in this fiscal year?
Not to this level. Not to this level. I think the other emergency issues that we've had, we've been able to either temporary repair or we've been able to find other funding sources to take care of them on a smaller level. But that being said, things can happen. So I don't want to lean you one direction or the other. It's definitely a mixed bag. So.
And are there grants available? Last question.
Yeah, we've looked into that. Unfortunately, not of anything to the magnitude, but Brian can further elaborate on some of the grant possibilities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Brian Edwards, Library and Museums Director. And so one of the major grants that has been out there for years is Save America's Treasures, and that has actually been canceled over the past couple of years during federal administration, because those are done by administered by National Park Service. Save America's Treasures works on sites like First Theater. It did the renovation of First Theater, was closed for 20 plus years, and it was renovated. Did work at Cooper Malera, Adobe, and also at Carmel Mission and other missions out there. But those grants have ended as far, we don't have any sense that those are coming back. Community Foundation, Monterey County, CFMC, we work with them on historic preservation and grants. But those are the grants we are working on for the tile mural. So we're also, we're seeing other projects out there where funding is needed. And that one is a $50,000 cap over 2 years, $50,000 each year. So that's $100,000, not enough to do the work that we need. And the other grant that we looked at is similar, for some of the folks here, we're at the Wharf 2 presentation with Congressman Panetta, and we had that grant that was the thinking on that with the community project funding. And those two buildings are actually not eligible for community project funding because the grant guidelines for CDBG HUD state that general conduction of government or museums are not eligible for those grants. And so for that grant, we did identify the library, and we submitted a project, $1 million for the library for that. So we are still looking for these other grants and federal grants, but a lot of the federal and state funding has decreased, and there's a lot of very small grants, in the $5,000, $7,000 kind of ones. And also, just if I didn't mention, the Save America's Treasures also is a 1-to-1 matching grant, meaning if you asked for $1 million, you have to put up $1 million. And typically, most years they would cap it at $750,000. So if you ask for $750,000 from the federal government, you also have to put up $750,000.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the council? Please, Councilor Garcia.
So I'm looking at the agenda report here that breaks down the various estimates for the different things needed, but I don't see any estimates for the historic preservation study.
Yeah, that is lumped into the first item that captures that. So they are, it's part of the architectural evaluation. So it's lumped in with that group. So we condense kind of that for the language of the agenda report, but yes.
Got it.
There's a million things that are going to need to go into repairing those buildings. And so these are just kind of the top line items.
And I'm not too familiar with these studies. So there's an estimate for that, a specific estimate for the preservation study. I guess I'm trying to think about how close to the final amount would that estimate be?
It's hard to tell right now because these are just our preliminary estimates. Obviously, if we get the go ahead, we're going to seek hard numbers that we'll be able to go off of. And obviously, if we have any money that is left over after completion, then they would be put back into the reserve. But for right now, these are our best educated estimates based on a facility condition assessment report that we've done back in over 2024 to 2025, staff expertise, as well as some contractor estimates that we've been able to acquire while we look into what it's going to take for these two structures.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Where will staff work?
Yeah, that's it's those two buildings are a collection of staff. It's not just one department, if you will. So, it will be up to the department heads in order to temporarily reassign their staff while these renovations happen. And so I don't have an answer for that tonight. But yes, we will have to make temporary accommodations.
We have identified locations, and there are other sites, temporary sites within the city's current portfolio where they can be moved to. Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Could you speak to that a little bit more? Where some of these other sites specifically, one of the considerations for staff, we've talked about the Wave Street site. This is the Wave Street garage where staff was maybe up to 2 years ago. We have museum staff currently in Gordon House that could go back and relocate to the library second floor and join the rest of the library and museums team with Brian. And then Parks and Rec staff have also other options as well, including the sports center temporarily.
can I presume that we're as far into the deterioration of these buildings as we can go, that there's not going to be anything to save if we don't do this?
We are at the act now
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
for my opinion.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mark. I think you said the Gordon House, based on the dates, it's about 176 years old.
Mhm.
The Vasquez, 192 years old.
Correct.
And we purchased it for $20,000.
Yes.
And obviously, when we look at the photos, the deferred maintenance, we've been deferring it a long time.
Yes.
I think the Vasquez had its roof done, or was that the one that you showed the tile that it needed roof?
It needs a roof. The Gordon House had its roof done.
Okay, that's what it was.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think most of my questions were answered. The concern I have is that the building codes and the way that the Vasquez was built 192 years ago is certainly not going to be the same way that they're going to have to go through. Are we going to open up where we have to do earthquake proofing on the construction or the remodeling that involves the Vasquez? That suddenly, as we open it up, we have to secure it as far as the earthquake proofing, which then goes to additional. Does it trigger?
That's a great question. So we did have some recommendations as part of the assessment report. As we start to go into pulling building permits, we'll actually have to balance some of the historic preservation requirements with the current building code requirements. So we'll work with our building official. But yeah, there's current building codes is going to have some seismic standards incorporated into that. And so I think there is going to be a balance, and we'll have to work with our building department to figure out exactly what takes precedent, whether it's going to be historic preservation and different dimensional lumber, or if it's going to be upgrading things to current building standards. I think that's a balance. When we'll get into those details once we start pulling permits.
Yeah. And so if we were to act tonight, going forward, what would your first couple of moves be? If we were to say, yeah, the funding, you get the council to approve of it, what does the next month or two look like in terms of execution?
Yeah, that's a great question.
And we can all show up with our hammers, but you obviously need skilled people.
First, the historic preservation report. We'd start to get those studies underway to make sure that we know what we're doing there. And then some temporarily stabilization. But again, we don't want to put too much money in if we're going to redo it all. And then obviously going through the permitting process, like Andrew mentioned, to understand what that balance is between the historic preservation and new code. Okay. And then preliminary design and detailed scope development. So then we'd be able to have real hard, fast numbers, real good timelines. Things would then accelerate a lot quicker.
Yeah. And then you can go out to bid, get prices.
Correct.
And what the lumber's costing.
And then the work will start.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously looking at the photographs, where I think it was the Gordon House, where you had the varmints coming in and you had you had the posts that you pretty much can put your fingers through. It looks like that post is sitting on top of the deck. And that's supporting the building, or is that a decorative post?
It is supporting the overhang for the porch.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we know that's not the way you build it now.
No.
That post has to go down to concrete footing, dirt, soil. And how many employees are in the Gordon House?
4 right now.
Just 4. Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. I just have one question, and it may be a rhetorical question. It probably is actually a rhetorical question. But it's like, how did we get here? How did we allow any city facility to fall to this state? Yeah, you don't have to answer that. I'm just putting it out there. And I'll save the rest of my comments for when we get back from public comment. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation and
Thank you. I
answering those
appreciate it.
questions.
Chris.
Thanks.
All right, folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Mr. Reeves, anybody else? All right, so we'll cut it off to the one speaker in the chamber. Do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and go to Mr. Reeves.
So just real quick, I was involved in the Vasquez Adobe many years ago. I'm going to say around the year 2000. And that's actually when the tile roof was added. Prior to that, it had a split shake roof on it. And I believe it was, so what you see there today is not the Vasquez Adobe. The Vasquez Adobe is entombed inside of another building. The second story addition came later on. So just a thought would be that since they're taking the tile off the roof, maybe you want to consider not putting the tile back on again, go back with a different kind of roofing that's lighter weight, because the tile is not good from a seismic perspective and it might be more expensive also. So what was there before was a split shake, which obviously fire resistivity is not as good. But anyhow, I just thought I'd throw that out there because if you look back in the history books, it didn't have a tile roof on it. And there was quite a bit of discussion back when we put that on about the aesthetics versus the historic accuracy of it.
So thank you, Mr. Reeves. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I don't need to deliberate anymore. I think, it's always a difficult one when you're expending money at a point where you're going to take the reserves down to almost nothing. But we have two very valuable assets that would not sell in this condition, would not be something that we can count on for any long-term occupancy for our employees. Our employees deserve to be able to work in a place that they don't have to have buckets on their desk and get out of the rain. It's as Chris has said, this is a decision that must be done. But the only other alternative is that we don't do it and we sell it as is, and then we create another problem with displacement employees right in the umbrella and the footprint of the city campus. I think these two buildings are essential to fix. They're necessary to house our employees. They're both public access, interfacing with the public. They have handicap access issues. They have safety issues. They have real structural deficits that have mounted. And we all know when you defer maintenance, it just gets worse and compounds time. We've waited the absolute longest time that we can wait to act on this. So I'll entertain a motion. I don't want to cut anybody else off, but
yep, motion.
Now might be the time to move us forward to see other council's opinions. I'll make the motion. Let me get back here to the top here. The motion is to adopt a resolution. We're being asked to amend the resolution 25-060 to include the Vasquez Adobe repairs and the Gordon House repairs projects in the FY 25-26 capital improvement. The motion includes authorizing the finance director to move ahead with $640,000 as an approximate from the facility reserve fund and move that to the capital projects fund. And for the Vasquez Adobe repairs project, and then also move that transfer of funds to the same location for the Gordon House repairs in the amount of $453,000.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? I'm just going to say a few things. So for anybody that's paid close attention to our discussions, particularly as it relates to our budget, I'm a stickler for our reserves and trying to maintain those. So it gives me a lot of heartburn to use it, but I'm thankful that the funding is there so that we can use it for a need like this. But now it's less money that we have available towards whatever else that might be. So now that we've kind of exhausted our reserve fund, we're back in the same position that we were in before. We all see what's happening in the world right now. And so I am just like stating this now as it relates to the budget discussion that's coming up. This is exactly why I'm hesitant for us to address the issues as it relates to using the reserves to get us out of the fiscal deficit. If we go into a recession, I'm thinking about our city workforce and trying to make sure that we have as much funding available to try to keep the city operating as long as we can. And even if it's an extra $1 million, that little bit can help go a long way. So I support the motion, but we really need to think hard about how do we ensure that we're maintaining our reserve levels and prioritizing that when additional funding does become available to get that back to where the council policy is on our reserve levels. And then the question about how did we get here? This is a I think that there's been a different way of managing the city in the past. I think traditionally has been, let's just pay things as we go along. And that's what it was like when I got onto the council. So we created these reserve funds in order to move us in a new direction. And not only do we need to maintain these reserves, but we have to take care of all this deferred maintenance. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many other things that are being deferred in the city of Monterey. Our city facilities are falling apart. The bathroom in the police department, and we're all scared of making these hard decisions. We have some tough decisions to make, not just as a council, but as a community, and we got to make these decisions. So I hope that folks that are paying attention and listening to this conversation stand with the city, as hopefully the council can move forward with trying to push forward some initiatives to help right sides the ship. And then the last piece I'll speak to is I'm worried about what it is like for our city workforce that's in those buildings now. If there's water leaking from the roof, I imagine that there's some level of mold in those buildings. And so I don't know how safe that is for people to even be working in today. So I would just encourage staff to just think about how we might want to move more quickly in regards to moving our staff around to make sure that they're working in appropriate conditions, in so much as providing some flexibility for people to work from home. I don't think we need all of our staff in person all the time. So I would just encourage some workplace flexibility as we navigate this experience and trying to provide some adjustments here. So
can I make another additional comment? I meant to say this before. We have Midpin. That project is still alive. We still plan on the apartments right behind us. I can't imagine that we can have that under construction at the same time as we have repairs going on for the Vasquez Adobe and the Gordon Adobe. So everything is about timing. So I think if we are able to move the staff, get our assessments, get it through all of the things that Chris talked about in terms of execution, this is almost like there's code 3 and there's code 2. The fire in Casanova was code 3+++. This is a code 2 because we don't want to be stepping all over another construction company that's right next door building a building. And I don't know the timing of that. Maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, but we can't stand by and wait while we're doing the repairs on the Vasquez and the Gordon, with the thought that we're going to have other construction going on to these two assets. So I just think there's never a good time for doing major expenses in our home repairs when you've got to do a roof and, you know, God forbid you've got plumbing and then you got a foundation problem. But this is one of those things where you just can't wait any longer, and we have to execute this while we're capable of executing it. So we are not going to prolong. The longer you wait on construction, the more expensive it is.
Awesome. With that, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to item 13, receive rental inventory program annual report. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Or meeting services provider will present with the records coordinator.
Thank you very much. We're going to try to move through this presentation fairly quickly. So if there are things you want us to come back to at the end, we're happy to do that. The city municipal code requires annually that we report to the city council on the rental inventory program. Just a brief overview, just to remember where we started. In November of 2023, the city council created this program. We launched it in January of 2024. So we're in year 2 of implementation. And I'm really happy to report that we feel that we have really worked diligently to comply with the city council vision. In year 1, which was 2024, we registered over 5,000 housing units. We've been able to increase that now to over 6,000 housing units. We're looking at a compliance rate of about 83%. And I'll have to say that's a theoretical compliance rate, because what we're basing that on is a number from the U.S. Census of what we think our rental population is or rental units are, but we don't know. There's no other database that really provides great information on the location of our rentals and how many there are, except for the database that we've created through this program. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Macnara Abbasi, who works on this program, and she'll share with you the key findings from the study.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having me here today. I will be walking you over the key findings in our 2025 EPS study. So we found out that our city's rental inventory data in Ptolemy provides a comprehensive property level coverage. So we are able to capture about 6,205 rental units in the city that larger aggregators like CoStar or Yardi Matrix miss. For example, we were able to capture 637 more units in 2025 as compared to 2024. So there was about an 11% increase in the number of units that registrations that we received in 2025. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry about that. So what does the rent look like for us, grouped by the neighborhood? If you see the next slide. Thank you. There's a comparison. So the brown bars are the rents that are being charged by the neighborhoods in 2025. And the blue bars are the rents that are being charged by the neighborhoods from 2024. So you'll notice that Alta Mesa, Deer Flats, and Skyline are the highest rent charging neighborhoods. Next slide, please. On the contrary, you see Glenwood being the neighborhood with the lowest rent amounts. Next slide, please. So moving on, the property age and type drive rental characteristics. For example, 25% of units were built pre-1960. 37% were built between 1960 and 1979, and only 2% were built in the 21st century. We also found out that about 80% of all rentals in the city are dominated by small landlords. Next slide, please. And so this gives you an overview of what we just talked about. As you can see that pre-1960, and I'm sorry, I know it's hard to read, but the housing production dwindled down to 21st century. There's less than 2% housing being built. Next slide, please. And this is giving you an overview of the monthly rent by landlord type and structure. And if we go to the next slide, we can see that there is a trend pre-1960. Medium out-of-town landlords were charging the highest rents. The average rent was about $2,000. And if you move on to the next slide, and we can just move through these 3 next slides quickly so we can just get an estimate and an idea of how the trend has changed over the years. And next slide, please. And then at the moment, sorry, do you mind going back one slide? I apologize. The medium local landlords are the highest charging landlords presently from 2015 to 2025. And if we go on to the next slide, So now we have precise data available. For example, we can now collect data about RUBS. RUBS is Ratio Utility Billing System, which gives us information on the additional utility costs that are being charged. In addition to that, there is now ownership and management transparency. For example, we now know how many LLCs or corporations or partnerships own how many units or properties in the city. We found out that about 10% higher housing costs are being charged by LLCs, despite the fact that they own units that are 11% smaller as compared to other owners. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted to give you an example of how we can visualize data using building blocks. So building blocks is one of the applications of Ptolemy, the software that we use. So this is, please be mindful, not all of the properties, but this is just example of one property with multiple units. And you can see that it'll highlight for you that this property is charging RUBS. So if you move on to the next slide, you can also see data visualized by NCIP neighborhood. For example, how many properties or units are charging RUBS data by NCIP neighborhood, by which NCIP neighborhood. If you go to the next slide, you can see the RUBS data visualized by council district. Next slide, please. And so now we have locally relevant geographic analysis. So data, we can map data by neighborhoods, council districts, as we were able to see, and fire hazard zones. And this way, data is able to capture rent variations across neighborhoods. We've noticed market stability with marginal rent increases between 2024 and 2025. And if we look at the ownership patterns, they shape rental costs. For example, nearly half of the units that we see in our housing stock that are registered are owned by trusts. And at the same time, large out of town landlords charge the highest rents. And this is just a map showing you the residential owner type. So if you go to building blocks, the application that I just mentioned for our software Ptolemy, you can see how many homeowners there are in the city. You can see how many large local landlords, which are in blue. You'll see a lot of yellow ones. So those are the small local landlords. So this gives you a really complete picture of what our rental housing stock looks like in the city, and this is the information that is now available to you that you cannot access using CoStar or Yardi. Next slide, please. So how does the data that we now have through our rental inventory program compare to other data sources? So our data provides comprehensive, precise, and robust data that is not available elsewhere. It captures all units and types. For example, CoStar data captures larger properties and identifies only 81 properties with 5 or fewer. Similarly, Yardi Matrix is able to pick up with properties that have at least 50 units, so it misses smaller units. But with our program, we're able to capture not only the smaller units, but also the larger units as well, giving you a full, complete picture of our housing, rental housing stock. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits of our rental inventory program? Why is this so important? First of all, it allows us to help focus our educational efforts towards our landlords and tenants about fair housing issues. For example, in September of 2025, the Housing Office hosted a AB 1482 workshop, and we were able to inform our tenants and landlords about their responsibilities and rights. And secondly, we can detect fraud by cross-verifying data from rental assistance applications, because if the property is already registered, we can cross-verify and see whether the information being provided by the rental assistance seeking applicant is correct or not. So moving on. There are some indirect benefits of our program, and what are those? First of all, we have been now able to create an electronic geo-referenced database. It's a really powerful data analysis tool, and this is helping us modernize our processes and system. For example, we can now track the city's affordable housing inventory. We can map out and see how many affordable units there are in the city. And I just want to be mindful that we're still working on this module, and this is under progress. But once completed, you'll be able to see see the affordability agreements, the expiration dates, everything in one place so we can plan ahead and sustain our limited affordable housing stock that we have in the city. And now we can also see how many properties accept Section 8 vouchers in the city, which is really, really important for us to know. And other issues that our program can also help us with is detecting whether lead-based paint has been used in certain properties or not, and whether certain properties fall under fire hazard zones. Next slide, please. So this is giving you an example. I know it's a little hard to see maybe, but it's sort of highlighted the blue lines there. It's hard to see, but those are the properties in fire hazard zones. So you can go to building blocks and you can see which properties that are registered with us fall under the fire hazard zone, so we can be more proactive when needed. Next slide, please. And you can also see all of the units that have been registered through the city's rental inventory program. Of those, 1,262 are located in a high fire hazard zone. And of the total units registered, 278 of them are located in a very high fire hazard zone. And we can get this data through building blocks. Next slide, please. And so moving on, talking about the expenditures and revenues of our program, we noticed that our program operating costs have reduced as the program matures. And also, our cost recovery has slightly increased. And I also here want to remind the council and mayor that we are still only collecting rental registration fees from landlords who have 4 or more rental units. So if you have 3 or less, we're not collecting registration fees at the moment. Next slide, please. And this gives you an overview, a comparison of the expenditures and revenues in year 1 versus year 2. And you can look at the staff costs, the software costs, outreach materials in the EPS report, and there's a net difference. And so we are at a better cost recovery rate in the second year of our program. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps regarding our program? We will be renewing our registrations beginning May 1st, 2026. So per our city ordinance, it requires that all of the registrations are updated annually. So starting or beginning May 1st is when we will reopen our registration renewal process. And anyone who has not still registered, they are able to register their properties. We will be conducting outreach. We'll be meeting with the property managers, and we'll be sending out mailers, as well as holding a help desk at the Monterey Public Library. So staff will be available every Tuesday and Thursday from 1 to 4 p.m. at the library, beginning May 5th through July 30th, 2026. And we will also be available in our office and taking phone calls and be there should anyone need us. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you so much for your time.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Maknoor, for the presentation. And I do have to say that she is passionate about her job, and you can hear it in the presentation. So kudos to you for that. But additionally, as many folks know, I live in Old Town, and I can't remember what I was doing, if I was walking my dog or I was walking my dog, and she was walking around the neighborhood, and I ran into her a couple of times because as part of the rental inventory program, she was canvassing and trying to scope out a list of properties that were
unregistered,
that were not registered, and so making sure that we kind of shook the tree as much as possible. So she was literally out there on foot making it happen. So kudos to you for your efforts there, and
Thank you.
And thanks again for your presentation. With that, we'll open it up to the council for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions here. In terms of the RUBS data, I think I kind of missed the rhythm there. Could you explain a little bit more the graphs or the graph that was on the slide deck? I think it was separating various districts, I think it was.
Yeah. So just to give you an example, I use those screenshots from our software is when So we can not only like map out how many properties or units are charging RUBS across the city now because we've started collecting this data. You can also visualize this data based on the council district. So if you're interested to know how many properties or units are charging RUBS in your district, we can give that information to you. So this is just an example. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's what this graph is showing, how many properties are charging RUBS in each district,
Yes.
with the District 2 being the highest.
Yes,
Got
correct.
it. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you. And just to confirm, I'm not familiar with Ptolemy. Is that a system that you would say is similar to other systems like Zillow?
No.
Okay.
So Ptolemy is really powerful and robust. And the reason why is because it captures not only the smaller units, but the larger units as well. And it has different applications. So it's like the main software, right? And then so the RUBS chart that you saw, or the graph, excuse me, that is from Building Blocks. So you can visualize data that you cannot do from CoStar or Yardi Matrix or Zillow. Zillow only gives you a fraction of the information that we now have available through Ptolemy. So Ptolemy is really powerful, and it's giving you this opportunity to really get to know your community and how many rentals we have in the city, which you cannot extract from Zillow.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Can I just add one thing? So we went out during that October or November to January. We did a request for proposals, and we went out and interviewed firms to get software to do what we wanted. And by far, the company that, produced the Ptolemy Slate platform was being used in Scranton, and it was sort of the lead, sort of just started. And I have to say, there are many other cities now that are calling us to look at this platform as a way to create a data platform for its rental inventory. So it is a custom platform, and it's not commercially available like CoStar or Yardi.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I was bringing that up because I remember when we were first looking at the rental inventory, there was some suggestion that the same type of data could be found in systems like Zillow, but it obviously sounds like this is
You cannot.
way more powerful. So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Actually, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rash.
So you mentioned the other programs, CoStar, Yardi, and the deficiencies. Can I presume that what they found that you incorporated in? I mean, you captured all the data that they had as well.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
we do.
Kind of presumed that.
Yes.
And in one of the graphs, you mentioned that the large out-of-town landlord, excuse me, it's on page 290. It wasn't, I don't think, in your slides, is 1.5% of the units. Am I seeing that correctly? Large out-of-town landlord, 1.5% of the total units. And the reason I'm bringing this up while you get organized is when we did it last year, it was 90.5% were in county or small, which tells me that the large out of county were 8.5%. And now we're down to 1.5%. But you noticed that the large holders had sold. There was a mention that 53 units or something were sold. So am I seeing it correctly? We have fewer large out of town landholders that are landlords.
Yes,
Right.
and so that is also the result of sometimes we get a lot of phone calls, and I shouldn't say a lot of, but every now and then we get phone calls and the owners, they inform us that they've sold the property. So it happens, and then what we can do is we're able to tag that property and say property sold. So if the property does not become a rental again, we follow up with the new owner, and if it's not a rental anymore, then that it's not a rental. And also the question of the ownership change, which happens every now and then.
Okay, so some are sold, some are taken out of the rental market.
Mhm.
Okay. And out of town means,
So that means that they own the property, the rental property, which may have 1 to 3 or however many units, but they live in a different city or they can live in a different state. And we can get that data through Ptolemy because it links to the county assessor's data. So we can see whether it's their secondary residence where they live.
so it's out of the city of Monterey.
Mhm, correct.
Okay. And again, that's only 1.5%.
Yes.
Okay. This program didn't, this is for Kim. We didn't sunset this when we first started. It didn't have a sunset. Okay, great.
Well, actually, we did. That council action was a sunset in 5 years.
That's what I remember, but I can't find it anyplace.
It's in the motion, that was council action at the time we authorized the program to start, was a 5-year sunset.
Yeah, I remember that as well.
Okay, all right. So what I am hearing, especially given the budget predicament that we're in, what I'm hearing that the public wants to know is the cost benefit ratio in terms of expenses. And so I want to drill down on that. The expenditures in year one were 234,000, year two, 192.
That's staff costs. So the subtotal is 285 first year, 235
Right, right.
second year.
So what's the breakdown on staff costs? I mean, how many employees do we, Kim, how many employees do we have? Or is that a calculation of salaries, benefits, health insurance, cost of where they're working, the value of their office space?
So the staff costs were determined. We have people fill out their time cards and code it to rental inventory. And then it was their fully burdened cost. And what I've learned about this program, year one, it sort of lasted all year, the registrations. We were trying to get the word out. We did a really good job between May and July 1st last year. We got at least half the units registered in a 2-month period. And then the rest of the year, we were working through some. So the May and June are fairly intensive for this program. So we'll bring, McNor and maybe another employee into the library to help with the registrations. But then that really eases up the rest of the year. So what we did to calculate the cost is we used actual time on time cards. And then in regards to office space, I thought about that question. So our housing staff sits on the right side, bottom right side of Colton Hall. There's a total of 5 desks in that space. I don't know how to quantify the value of that space.
Right, right.
We believe the costs we gave you are all encompassing because we gave you staff costs. The software is the Ptolemy costs, the outreach materials, and then the EPS report is the economic report.
If we ever pause the rental registry, is it possible to maintain the software in the state it's in? I know I can do this in my law office and pause it and pay the fee for the software cost and maintain that inventory to that point and then pick up from there 3 years later, 5 years later for an update.
I would say yes, that's possible.
Right,
The-
it's an IT question. Okay.
I would say the one thing we're doing, sort of an unintended benefit, is we're modernizing the program.
Yeah.
Everything was in paper files. Everything was sort of old school. We're creating a one-stop computer system where we can create all these data layers so we can give it to the next generation.
Right, right. I think that's it. I may have a few questions as we move along. Thank you.
So thank you. You did a great job presenting, first of all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can definitely see that a lot of streamlining has gone into place from 2024 to 2025, as we're seeing the cost coming down significantly to only $23,465 as far as what the actual difference is and what it was before when it started out. So kudos to you guys for that.
Thank you.
The EPS report that you have on here, I know initially in 2024, you had it for 5,000. Now it's like basically
6,152.
Well, so I guess I'm looking at a different number for 2025. It says 11,999. Is that a different number? Or that?
Do you mind sharing which number you're looking at, or where?
Year 2, 2025 EPS report, and I'm on page number 2. I mean, item page 2, packet page 259.
259.
The 11,000 number is the correct number.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
The 11,999 number is the correct number.
Okay, so that is the correct number?
Yes.
And so with the EPS going from the 5,000 to the 11,999, I'm just curious as to, why it basically more than doubled.
I would say there was a lot of lessons learned in that first economic report about data sources and trying to refine information. And that's how much it costs to really do the study that we prepared. We had year 1, and that's a cost that we see increasing.
Okay, so that would be you would think that would be the same, or you see that cost increasing even?
I would say it'll at least be the same. It could be a little bit more next year.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, and Dr. Barber, to just elaborate on that. This year, we wanted to do that comparison between CoStar and Yardi data. So I connected with Yardi, and we were able to get the data directly from Yardi. They kind of did me a favor and gave it to me this year. And then we also connected with EPS had CoStar. So EPS collected the CoStar data so we could do a more comprehensive comparison between Yardi, CoStar, and our own inventory. And we were able to say, wow, look, okay, they only capture the larger units because they're intended for big cities like LA, San Francisco. Monterey is a small market. So we need to understand our market very differently than the larger aggregators like Yardi and CoStar. So they were able to pull that data. So that did cost more. I also had tons of other requests and that I could have asked for more data that was like, oh, could you do this? Could you compare this to this? And, that would have cost more. So I had to cut myself off there. But, and all the things that we could have done with this data and compared even more. So that is why it costs more. We were comparing more data in this report and we had more data. So it's fantastic to compare also the prior year to this year. And we also compared ACS census data. So the most recent ACS data. So it was really more comprehensive. It was a lot more work. We were going back and forth to determine, okay, why was this different this year? Why was that different? And this doesn't seem to be lining up. There was a lot of back and forth on this report because we have more information. So that's pretty much what happened.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. That's impressive that that went up and you were able to still save money and go down and decrease in the actual subtotal, and then looking at the difference. So that's pretty impressive. And I understand that a lot of the verifications, you're able to work with rental assistance program to verify a lot of the applicants of what they're saying to make
Yes.
sure that it is verified.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I know you had one that was on the fire.
Fire hazard zones.
The fire, yeah, the fire hazard zones. So are you working with a fire department on the fire hazard zones? How can that be utilized?
So not at the moment. We're not working with the fire department, but if it is needed in the future, we're happy to do that.
Okay. And then we're also working with housing authorities, so dealing with the vouchers. We're able to see how many vouchers are in the city specifically, so that we can be able to know how we can be able to work and partner with the housing authority to see
Correct.
how many more we can ask for to show the data.
So I didn't understand the second half of your question. Do you mind repeating that?
Partner with housing authority by showing, like saying, we know we have X amount of vouchers, and then they say that, okay, we have you on the books for X amount of vouchers that have been distributed for the city of Monterey. We can be able to kind of compare and see in contrast, because I know a lot of times with housing vouchers, they're trying to see who's using them and who's not.
Yes.
So that they can be able to streamline that more, because I know the housing authority has been working with that for the last year.
Yes. So so before we did not have this data, we couldn't see where in the city vouchers are being accepted. And it's also a great resource for people. Sometimes they get the voucher and they struggle to find the place. And you have a limited amount of time to get into a place which would accept the voucher. So we're better understanding where in the city there are certain properties who accept vouchers.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The only comment I was going to have is on calling out on packet page 284. It's item page 27, I think.
I just want to check, is it a comment or a question?
No, I just want to point this out and not a question, but
Could we come back to that after, just so that we can stay consistent? Because
no, let me just address it now. I'll put it in form of a question. So the question I have is on packet page 284. And the comparison is rental unit ownership shared by landlord type. And the data, I'm wondering where the data is from. And it's comparing, it's got the two circles, 25 and then 2024. You can't see it because it's run off the page.
Sorry about
What's
that.
the source of the data?
That is EPS. So EPS, and they also extracted the data from Ptolemy. So
Okay.
So EPS is getting the data from Ptolemy to see how many, what type of ownership, what is the percentage of that ownership.
Okay. So as this is a produced report for us and a lot of people will see it, is there a way to adjust this?
Yes.
So people will be able to see both 2024 and 2025.
Yes.
Okay.
We have the corrected version and we can provide it.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And that was the source of the information on that page was from who?
Ptolemy, the software that we use.
Okay, thank you.
the report notes that LLCs owned units charged roughly 10% higher rents. And also that these units are on average smaller. So that's helpful context, but I'm wondering whether the staff has accounted for other factors such as like location, neighborhood characteristics, property age, or amenities that could also influence the rent levels. Is it possible to conduct a more controlled apples to apples analysis that isolates ownership type while holding these variables constant?
I believe we should be able to, but I would like to defer this to Anastasia, housing manager, and see if she has additional information.
So, Mayor, age didn't factor out in this study as having any influence on, because there's so little new inventory, there's nothing to compare to. Everything's quite old. I think, I'm trying to think about the data. In the next, could you repeat the next part of your question?
Essentially, if there is a way that we can do some kind of statistical analysis that allows us to do an apples to apples comparison of units, whether they're LLC owned or not, I'll say that it's not surprising to hear that, but I want to make sure that that if we're utilizing data to make policy decisions, that we're taking into account all the factors associated with why the cost of those units might be higher. So we're on the one hand saying that they're smaller, which kind of almost furthers the point of there being an issue with the LLC owned units. But how are we factoring in the neighborhood that's in it? Do they tend to be in wealthier parts of town? Do they tend to be newer units? Might cause them to be higher. So how are we analyzing or assessing these units in a way that gives us a true reflection of where the problem is?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think on page 287 of your packet, it does talk about housing costs by unit size and property owner type. So at least it's comparing that. Overall, with the data, they did not see anything regarding age, but we can definitely, probably cost me more. You have no idea. But
you seem a little excited about that.
I'm like, oh, I gotta stop. It's so interesting now that you have the data to look at it.
100%.
Yeah. But I think we might have that information. We can even ask Ptolemy to look at that a little bit more in depth, but I don't, I would say we'll look at that question a little bit more for sure. And I think we might already have the answers. I just need to look in more depth in the data.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then the data also showed that small landlords dominate the market. We were looking at somewhere around 80%. Do we know how many of those are managed by property management companies and how many of those are considered more of mom and pop units?
Yes, so we can pull a report from Ptolemy and we can provide that data to you if needed. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's a data analysis tool that we can utilize through our software if needed.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. So thank you for it. Are we able to verify track if a required property complies with AB 1482 as it relates to rent increases?
So we've started tracking the rent increase as compared to 2024. We did not have this question in the registration before. So yes, we can track it. But under AB 1482, there are some units that are exempt.
100%.
So does that help sort of answer your question?
So just the ones that are required to comply with AB 1482, it would be helpful to see that data. And then I guess the second question to that, the follow-on question to that is the city able to take any action as it relates to the lack of compliance with AB 1482?
At the moment, we have no enforcement mechanism. We're just collecting data. But if that is something that's needed, it's up to your discretion.
Okay. And then last question is, I think just this kind of general question around the rental inventory budget. We're seeing for the last 2 years that we're not fully recovering the cost borne by the program. So one question is, and I guess this might go counter to Anastasia's point of wanting to have more funding for the analysis, but does staff see any opportunities to continue to cut down on the expenditures? So that's one part of the question. And then the other part is, if not, then can we have something presented to the council that looks at an appropriate rate to set to ensure that the program is paying for itself?
I think that we have made progress. We've become way more efficient in the second year of our program. So we're having to spend less. As you can see on the outreach materials, we spent way less and the staff costs were less. So I think we'll continue doing better. But if additional information is needed, or if you would like us to present to the council, we're happy to do that. And Anastasia, would you like to?
Yeah.
Add something? I just make sure.
Yeah, I think, we do extensive library outreach, which takes a lot of hours. So I think that's a lot of staff time that we're using. So that would be one way we could reduce the costs.
And that's for the property owners to assist them in going through the registration process.
Right. One thing it does do is it does help us define our time to really assist the community and be there for the community, and answer questions. And I think people really like it. So I think it's beneficial, but we could cut back on that because it is extensive. We spent 3 months in the library. Montgomery was there all last year. We're going out, we could not have as much enforcement capacity. So there are some ways we could cut the program costs down for sure. I would say the library office hours would be my first cut in time.
Okay, awesome.
Yep.
That's it for my questions. So thank you for the presentation again. It was wonderful, and you can see and feel how the program is maturing. So kudos to the entire team for the efforts in getting this presented to the council. So thank you.
And I just want to make one comment. I appreciate everybody who has worked with us, all the property owners and the property managers. We've gotten to know so many people in our community. And I'm really, really grateful that they every year work with us and they register their units or they renew them. And it's honestly a pleasure and an honor to get to know the people in our community. So thank you to everyone who's worked with us on our program. And thank you for having us here today.
Thank you. And I'm sure it helps that when you have a friendly voice on the other side of the line. So thank you for your work with that.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and take public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. For those in the chamber, just ask that you stand to the left of the podium. I see 2 takers. Anybody else? All right, we're going to cut it off to those 2 speakers, and then we'll go to check it with folks on Zoom. Do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, everybody. Esther Malkin, Monterey County Renters United founder. Some of you will remember that when I started talking about the renter issue and the rental market almost a decade ago now, we just had anecdotal data. We didn't have anything other than what we were hearing from residents. And it went as far as I was personally accused of inventing phantom renters stories. This data shows that we don't have to rely on anecdotal data anymore, whether it has to do with renter information that we're seeing from the Renter Assistance Program or from the Rental Inventory Program. Now that we have this data, we also have United Way that has a real cost measure study that they do on the actual costs of what it is to live here, not what the federal government says that it should cost to live here, or what anybody else that wants to believe the federal government telling us what it costs to live here. Thank you to staff. This is really invaluable data, and I can't imagine anybody having any way of denying that simple fact. There's no way we would have this kind of data to be able to move forward, creating policy or understanding the needs of our residents, especially with 66% of them being renters in our city. So staff has been wonderful to work with, to gather this data. They're enthusiastic. You can see they're seeing the value in it. I can see and feel over the years how those of them that have been working on this way back didn't really get it as much as they understand the problem now for a variety of reasons. That said, I'm curious about how you guys are going to talk about what happens when this sunsets in 5 years, because AB 1482 ends in 2030. So all of these property management companies and everybody, that the argument that they constantly bring forward is we don't need any rent, any ordinances, any stabilization, anything on rents, because we have state policy in place. Well, that goes away and nobody is talking about it at state level. So it is vital for individual jurisdictions to use data like this to move forward before AB 1482 expires. And if this goes away in a couple of years, you need to start talking about how you're going to handle that now, so that you don't end up caught with the ramifications of putting that off. And thank you again to staff and for council for moving forward on this, even though you guys got a lot of flack for doing so.
Good timing.
So I have a series of questions I'd like to get some answers to. One of them is, was any data gathered on how many people get a housing allowance from the military, and what effect does that have on rents in the city? So that's question number one. Were vacation rentals counted, and if not, why not? And if yes, how does this affect the statistics, especially in terms of costs? My own personal knowledge of it is there's a house down the street from me that's a 30-day rental, and it's oftentimes occupied for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. The person obviously pays the full 30 days worth of rent, but they don't care because they're just here for AT&T week and then they leave. And they're willing to pay $5,000 or so for the month. I know this isn't very scientific, so that's question number two. I use Google AI and I asked what percentage of housing units in Monterey are rentals, and the answer came back 64 to 65%. And then I asked Google AI, how many total units are there in the city? And it said between 13,760 and 14,136. And so when you do a little bit of math, that comes out to roughly 9,067 rental units, not 6,205. So it's quite possible Google AI is off base, but it seems like that's a pretty significant delta there, 50% difference. So I'd like to see if somebody can explain the difference there. Now, when I read on page 43 of the report, table 13, it says that this is a very informative table. It shows rents from 2000 to 2025, taking into account inflation. So it's inflation adjusted amounts for the rent. And actually, it appears to be saying that rents actually come down in that 25-year period. Am I misinterpreting that? So I think the last comment, and this is a comment, not a question, is that at the end of the day, this whole program is to help out renters. It's to help protect renters from abuses, from gouging, from unsanitary conditions. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of nice numbers in here, colorful graphs. Numbers are, presented in all kinds of different ways. But I'm wondering, though, for $500,000 and then continuing out in the future, we have to maintain our focus on how is this helping our rental community in this city? And what are some of the hero stories? And I'm sure there's some out there, but I would love to hear them about discoveries that came about as a part of this study that's being done of potential abuses that were thwarted because of this. Thank you.
All right, let's take our callers on Zoom.
First speaker is Adam. Adam, we can't hear you if you're speaking. Still can't hear you. If you could check out your technology, I will come back to you. I'm going to call on the other speaker. Lori, you can go ahead.
Hi. I don't have my notes or anything in front of me. I had to walk the dog before it was too late. Some of my questions may be more of a deep dive when we get into budgets. But I just kind of can't wrap my head around that we said with this program, we were starting with 2 staff. I know at one point the 2 were hired and then there were at least 2 more hired. And I had a conversation with Hans and said, are these also for the rental registry? And he said, yes, they will be helping with that too. And so ultimately, if you look at the budget page for the housing section, and maybe this would be something that Kim could speak to, it's increased by 5 to 7 people. So I'm kind of wondering, we hired that many more people in the housing department. my understanding from Hans was that yes, they were working with the rental assistance and rental registry, but that just doesn't capture only 200,000 in the table that was shown today. And also last year, I know there was going to be an effort made toward enforcement, and I thought enforcement staff were going to be hired as well, and I don't see any kind of enforcement captured in there, and maybe that's all just staff time, but it just doesn't seem like it all captures it. And let's see, I know one other thing that I might not be able to remember, but well, playing on Tom Reeves's hero stories, I had an issue trying to help a friend, and I'm not under, maybe the gal who gave the presentation can speak to this. I was trying to help her negotiate a lower rent in a neighborhood for a unit that went to a property manager because of this rental registry, and the owner didn't want to deal with it anymore. So they raised it quite a bit, and I was trying to show her that, hey, these people only pay $1,500 to $1,600 per unit. Now they doubled the rent, so it was going to be $3,200. And I tried to pull up this database and help her look to negotiate with the property manager what the others were paying and the prior tenant was paying, and we couldn't get it working. And for 2 weeks, it didn't work. And I thought this data, so I said, well, call the support people. So she sent an email to support. She got a message back from somebody in Boston, Massachusetts from Ptolemy. So nobody from the city. And they said, oh, yeah, no, we don't visualize that. That's a bit not data available to you. But yet I know that was the whole part of this rental registry, was it's supposed to be able to any rental unit and see how much they were charging. I don't know if there's just blackout times, but anyway, she lost the apartment and the ability to, which I thought was sad. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Lori. And let's try again with Adam.
Hi, sorry about that. Technical difficulties on my side. Thank you for letting me speak. I just bring this up because it's been brought up to me. It's obviously one program to another. It's not apples to apples. But particularly property managers and owners who own in both Salinas and Monterey can't help but notice that, oh, there was this cost savings and refunds from the city of Salinas for their program, right? And so naturally they're asking, some are asking, well, isn't there then cost savings to be had in Monterey? And obviously I'm not the person to answer their questions on that, right? They need to go and ask the city. But just because I know it's coming up and because I know it's important to convey the differences between the two programs and just communicate to the stakeholders involved, what they're getting out of it. Maybe they can even log in and use some of those tools, right? I don't recall the city of Salinas presenting those as options. So just so that people understand what the difference is and don't just have unanswered questions about that, I'd appreciate looking into it. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion deliberation. First, though, I would like to check in with Chrissy, I think, on the expiration date and enforcement pieces.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. The City Code Section 8-2.06 provides that the rental registry inventory program will sunset automatically on January 1st, 2029, unless it is extended or renewed by the City Council. Also, the city can enforce the failure to register. There's an enforcement section in our code that could be done by an administrative citation or by a civil action seeking an injunction that's set forth in Section 8-2.05. And then finally, with respect to the Tenant Protection Act and how that can be enforced, the Civil Code gives remedies specific to tenants, which include damages and injunctive relief, attorney's fees and costs. So there's remedies that are specific that a tenant can pursue for a violation of that Protection Act. And in addition, more limited remedies are offered and available for the city to enforce along with the Attorney General or a county council in the jurisdiction in which the unit is rented, to enforce the provisions of the Tenant Protection Act and get injunctive relief. So it isn't as broad of a remedy as provided to a tenant, but there is an avenue there. I haven't looked into it extensively, but
Okay, no, that's really helpful. Thank you for it. A quick follow-up on the question of enforcement. Have we had to use the enforcement mechanism? Have folks been charged? And what kind of response is that usually? What are we seeing? What is the story there? Are we seeing folks like staking their claim in the ground and it's a moral issue for them and they're just going to pay the fee that the fines that are being imposed by the city? Or are we seeing it getting people to comply with the requirement?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, so at the moment, I feel like most of the people, we're at 82.8% compliance rate. So most of the people have complied and they register, but every now and then so there's two categories. Sometimes we get registrations, but there's incomplete information. And per the city ordinance and city code, we need to have complete information for us to approve that registration. So that's that one category. And the second is every now and then we'll run into someone who hasn't registered yet. And so those are two categories. And so as far as enforcement is concerned, we have implemented late fees. So by July 1st, that is the payment deadline each year for the registration fee. So if someone has not met that deadline, then we begin enforcing the late fee.
And then what are we seeing? Like how much have we collected in late fees? Do we know that number?
So it's off the top of my head, I can see it in my head, but I want to make sure I give you the right information. So in Ptolemy, when someone registers their property and it has multiple units, 4 or more, they have to submit the registration fee. And if it's not submitted by the deadline, the system starts calculating. And I believe that's per the city code, I believe. So there's I don't want to get the percentage wrong, but so that is tied to what the city ordinance says. So it starts calculating.
The question's less about the actual cost or percentage and more about how much has the city overall collected in late fees.
I don't have that number right now, but I can provide that to you.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And then, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then there was a few questions from the public that I was hoping that staff could maybe follow up on. So there was, I'll go through them one by one just to make it easier. So data gathered on how many people get housing allowance from military. I'm assuming that's not something that's part of the data collection, but
That's correct. That's not. And also, it's something that Kim did mention is we also removed 708 military rentals from our housing stock because they're not subject to the rental registration requirement. And so we're not collecting that data, but I believe that on the Department of Defense, their website, that information is available, how much is allocated per.
Yep. The BAH, the housing allowance.
Yes.
Vacation rentals, is that included, data collected on that?
Yes. So I know that the rentals less than 30 days are prohibited in the city, but every now and then we've registered properties that are called vacation rentals, but they're more than 30 days. So what I do is there's a way to tag that property. So if you need that data or information, we can pull a report from Ptolemy and give you information on how many vacation rentals have been registered through the database.
And then are we taking that and then using the enforcement mechanism as it relates to the vacation rental?
So most of those, they're more than 30 days, so that we shouldn't have to enforce.
Okay. Mr. Reeves also talked about how he did his analysis with Google AI and that 6,000 or so versus 9,000 or so number discrepancy. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on that.
So I think it's a great question because when AI is pulling data, it's pulling data from ACS or anything that's publicly available. And so it takes time for that to be updated. Like ACS data, it takes about a year. So it lags behind. So the data that we're collecting is the data collected in real time. We're talking to the landlords and the property managers, and that is something that no other program is able to do for the city of Monterey. So we're collecting real-time data and we're talking to people, and that's how we're getting accurate information.
Okay. Okay. I still think there's a question there, but I won't continue to push it. And I would just encourage Mr. Reeves to maybe talk to staff maybe afterwards to follow up more specifically on that question. Rents coming down in the period of from 2020 to 2025. He was saying that there was like a drop when the rents were updated to account for inflation. Did you have a thought on that one?
So I would like to know what table that was. That way I can.
Table 13, if I remember correctly.
Table 40. I'm sorry, page 43, table 13. Correct.
What page number?
43 of the actual report, and it was 2000 to 2025. So that 25-year period.
2000. Oh, my apologies.
Mayor, so this is the CoStar data. So it's one data source. And like we talked about before, CoStar's looking at larger data patterns rather than the entire encompassing rental inventory of the city. So now we finally have all of the data, comparing all of the rents across the board. So this is CoStar data. So it's different. We won't have a full analysis in 10, 20 years if we keep this inventory around, but we can do this with most of our information.
Okay.
And I would just say regarding the data that was pulled on AI, we use ACS data. That is what is standard in the housing industry because that is most reliable data. So pulling data from AI may pull so many different sources. It may not get that ACS data, but when we look at the housing element, when we look at all of our analysis of impediments, when we look at the consolidated plan, all of our HUD documents, we use ACS data. That is the standard for our industry. So that is what we use. And that data does show the number of units that is discussed in the report. And that's why we use that as the baseline for comparison.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then I think the last question from Mr. Reeves was just the question around how this is helping renters, if there's those hero stories that maybe you all have experienced along the way that might be available.
Yeah, I could let Muckner talk about anything that she has, but I'll have two off the bat. Like today, I was talking to the Housing Authority Executive Director regarding the 800 Casanova fire. We were talking about, I said we can offer up to pull our database. We have, as Muckner mentioned, we have relationships now with all of our property managers because of this inventory. She spoke to one property manager that had 21 units available. And I said, we can call other properties to see, and property managers, because we know them, we can call them to see do you have any available units? Would you be willing to take a voucher? We did our AB, our workshop on AB 1482 and also on our vouchers. So we're trying to get the community ready. And for a crisis like this, can you take more people on? If you have empty units, would you prioritize them? Would you help us out in this case? So she was really grateful for that suggestion. I think we can move forward with that. It's going to just take us time to call our property managers and ask them. So I think that's a really good. The other thing I told her that we've learned through our rental inventory and rental assistance programs, because they really work together. I have to just tell you that, like, it's amazing. We're seeing things that renters are telling us in our rental assistance, why they can't afford their units. And we go into the rental inventory. One of them is the RUBS issue. So we have people in affordable units or people with a voucher who can't afford their RUBS because the voucher doesn't cover RUBS. So if RUBS can be anywhere from $30 to $500. So now that we know that, I talked to Zulika Boykin, the director at the Housing Authority, and I said, when you're negotiating these contracts, if we're able to get people into local units, a lot of our landlords are charging RUBS. So you need to explain to them, you need to knock that out of the contract immediately. You need to negotiate that out of the contract. They're getting the voucher, they're getting a fair market rent, which is pretty good rent if you look on the website. They don't need to charge RUBS in addition. So negotiate that.
And I know that there were some questions from the public in regards to RUBS. And can you just reiterate what RUBS is for folks?
She's got this down.
Thank you. So RUBS is Ratio Utility Billing System, and it's a long name, but in essence, it's a system of allocating your utility costs in a multifamily property if there are no individual meters. I can explain it again if I didn't make it clear. But for example, if it's a multifamily property and there are let's say 10 units, and there's only one meter that the landlord operates or controls. And so the landlord will use a formula and divide, for example, $1,000 utilities per unit. So that'll be $100 per unit. So, and that the formula that is used, sometimes it's not that clear cut. And I also don't know how that formula works.
Transparent. Okay. And then did you have any hero stories that you wanted to share as part of that question?
I'm not so sure what that means, the hero stories. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, but if anything that's exciting, like
Your
through rental assistance, a lot of people have helped. I know it's, I don't want to digress, but last month in February, when we reopened our rental assistance program, some of the applicants that I was reviewing, 2 single mothers, they were not related to each other, but at the same property. Both of them were struggling, really, really struggling to pay RUBS. And it just hurts to see us, especially it just hurts to see people who are struggling to get by and they're trying to pay RUBS, and it just keeps on adding. If they're not able to catch up on one payment and they're, I don't want to reveal too much of their confidential information, but if they're struggling and we see it, that it keeps adding up. And it just keeps pushing them to this state where it's just really hard for them to survive in the city. And I really hope that we can continue helping them.
Appreciate that. And then there was 2 questions presented by Lori. So she asked the question around staff hired for enforcement. And then her just overall question around the number of staff identified in the agenda report and how we get to the number. And I think, Kim, you spoke to that earlier, in that it's not necessarily full-time people dedicated to it. But maybe you could just help clarify to answer the question.
So for the rental inventory program, we took actual hours. We have 4 employees in the housing office. And when we ramp up this program, it's more intensive in May and June. So we took the actual hours of the team participated on the program.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Back to the council for last minute comments. This is just a presentation, so no action is required, but open it up, please.
Yeah, comment. So while I'm watching the presentation and looking at the report this weekend, I keep asking myself, what is the housing policy that we are able to get clarity on that we would now act on because we have 2 years worth of data? And frankly, I can't find an actionable policy that allows us to take 2 years worth of reporting and say, aha, now we can do something. I'm just really struggling to figure out what we're continuing to do with this. It's data that feeds housing advocates, and it gives more clarity on the housing problem. We already know we have a shortage of units. We need more housing units built. But at the end of the day, we're tracking something that does not equate to actionable policies that equate to get more units built. So I just still am struck by the fact that we are collecting from those that own through their property manager or the owners. It was 25, now it's 50 a year. That gets passed on. The fear of us getting involved in this and looking, I think, contributed to rent increases and fear and panic in the community. This sunsets after 5 years. I look forward to the time when we can say it's time to sunset this and roll those rental contributions back and get out of the business of tracking something that does not need to be tracked anymore. What we proved by looking at this report was that we have far fewer LLCs and out-of-town owners, and the majority of our property owners that rent and enter into those relationships with our tenants are mom and pops and local owners. And I'm just still struck with the fact that those are strong numbers, and that's a good thing. And we should never do any policy that's going to cause fear in the community, that causes rents to arbitrarily go up and impact the tenants. Because the tenants that I've talked to sense and believe that the mere talking about this and the threat of possible rent control with this rental registry actually did them harm and caused their rents to go up. Compounded by the fact that we were coming out of COVID. Rents went up. Now, some of the data shows in certain neighborhoods, the rents are actually a little flat. Well, that's encouraging. But I still can't figure out what we're going to do with this data and create any policy. So that's just me. I know I'm probably going to disagree with many on the council and many of the staff, but I hear it from a lot of the community members that they don't understand why we're continuing with the rental registry when in fact we could lower the costs, we could help contribute with a cut in the budget, and we could get out of the game of scaring people with no policy that's come out of this that's going to help renters.
Okay, and real quick, I just want to identify that we're going to do one round. So we're not going to deliberate too much here because it's a presentation, and I imagine that this item will come back up again. I'll get more to that in a second, but I just wanted to clarify that as we get going here. So who wants to go next? Please, Dr. Barber.
So I really appreciate you saying that, you know, you were able to see how we have more LLCs and everything else, because that's something we couldn't say before the rental registry. So thank you for that. Because now, because of the rental registry, we're able to see exactly what we have and where we have and who we have, and that we have more small landlord owners. Also, we're able to see, even working with our RENA numbers, of how and where we're able to meet them, and we can prove it and show it, and we can be able to talk with them more intelligently with the RENA numbers in the vouchers because of the rental registry. I think there's a lot of policy pieces that can even go through there. The RUBS data by itself, I mean, to me, is just amazing to hear what is even being done with the RUBS registry, and with the RUBS data, and being able to see exactly, even district-wide, who's using it and who's not. And then I think also some of the stories that they talked about as far as having the information to be able to know and verify some of the housing assistance pieces and where people are having a lot more issues or trouble. I mean, they were able to verify that one was coming from one particular property, because they had two different applicants that were having the same issue. So I think it's coming up with a lot more data and reasons than I thought, even from the beginning. Not only dealing with that piece, the proactive piece, working with the fire hazard zones. I think those are different other pieces as well. And I think, just remembering too, all of this data and all of these different numbers are actually filling voids that a lot of the bigger platforms and systems, like that we're talking about before, even Zillow and all the others, that they couldn't even touch to have the accurate and the unique data that we would have for our city. And so with that information, we can do a lot, even working with other agencies outside the city, including the county. So I think it's a good thing.
I'm going to ask staff this question now, just so that maybe it could be ready by the time it comes back around to me. But I'm wondering if we can pull up the CPI increase that was used for our area for AB 1480 regarding 1482. If you have that on hand, great. If not, if you could just maybe do some quick research, that'd be great. Thank you.
For which period of time?
Last year, as it relates to the last year's data.
So for me, this has always been a data capturing experience or exercise because we've heard quite a bit of feedback from our community on all sides. And that's all important. But I think for policy purposes, it is important to have this kind of data. So, I mean, we're tonight learning metrics that we probably didn't even imagine at the beginning of this process. I'm hearing that there's first more data available to us through this process than other systems could offer. I saw in the report that rent increases are higher or are documented to be higher compared to what other systems are showing. And a detail that also stuck with me was that now we know or have a better idea of how many landlords don't even live in the city. And those who don't live in the city are charging even more for rents, which to me that raises a major flag. So I think I know that we are getting data that eventually will inform good policy that will not only benefit our renters in the city, but also our landlords. I mean, this is all information that we can use to really craft something that's not cookie cutter, that is very unique to Monterey, and that is aiming to help our residents, property owners, and renters alike. So I fully support it. I think it's worth the investment, and I really look forward to the day when we can start really digging into what policy works best for all of us.
Well, it's not an action item, so I don't really have a whole lot to say. So that's it.
Okay. I just wanted to circle back around, and when we talk about hero stories, I think highlighting the fact that we were able to utilize the data to support the fire victims from the Casanova fire is enlightening to me. And I know that there might be some, I don't know how to say this. One of the things that we could look at hypothetically is what type of income levels are these individuals in, so that we can try to match them up with the similar income level unit somewhere else in the city. So just kind of further expanding on the points that Anastasia was raising about that. I think it's I want to echo Gino's point, which is at the end of the day, the most foundational way of not making this sound political or conjecture is the data. We have data that helps support information that can help inform the council, inform the public in regards to future policy making. And I echo Councilman Garcia's point in regards to really digging into that policy piece. Anastasia, did you have that available?
Should be able to Google it.
Mayor, it's not that simple.
Okay.
I I've seen different CPI increases. We go by the San Francisco CPI increase. I will have to get you the exact numbers. I don't feel like super comfortable right now about the numbers, but I will say it's between 7 to 8% increase, maybe 8.6%. And the reason it's so confusing and difficult, the state doesn't give it to us, which you would think they would. So I will continue to I've been working with Echo Fair Housing on getting the exact number, and I want to continue to make sure it gets on our website every 6 months when it's updated.
That sounds perfect. And then, so either way, it sounds like landlords were able to go to the max 10% this year. It sounds like CPI was high enough to where it doesn't really matter what the number was, that they would be able to do the 10%.
I don't think the CPI was the increase was near 10%.
Correct. I'm just trying to clarify that what landlords were able to charge up to. Yeah, what they could have done.
They can go up to 10%
Yeah.
or maybe 14. You're correct. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, but the challenge becomes the CPI, does it include housing? Does it not include? So there's several brackets, but
Yeah.
I'm surprised the state doesn't provide us something.
Yeah.
Accurate.
I would like to request that an item come back around next steps with the program. And I trust staff to kind of take what they've heard today and put it into something that might work for council's consideration. What I'm hearing is, whether we even continue the program, the program cost and how do we appropriately do cost recovery, any recommended changes to the program based off of maybe various things that we've heard or your own experiences in the implementation of the program. So I'll throw that out as a request. And I just want to clarify a few points of kind of misinformation that's being pushed out there. The argument is being made that people are hiking the rents double. I think Lori kind of made this in her example that she gave with a neighbor that she was working with, from 1,500 to 3,000 something because of the registry. And then Ed, you kind of alluded to it again, where it's like people are seeing their rents go up because of the registry. And this is where it becomes combative unnecessarily, because you can't blame the registry for you hiking somebody's rent up $1,500 when the registry costs you $4.17 a month. So don't give me that baloney. It's crap. And you're misleading the public, you're misleading renters, and it's unfortunate. Just speak factually. It's one thing if you say, and you kind of alluded to this, Ed, a little bit, but it's one thing to say, hey, I'm a landlord and I'm scared what's going to happen, so let me just increase it so I can protect myself. But it's a different thing to say that it's directly contributed to the cost of the registry. So I just want to make sure that we're being really careful with our words, and it's not the registry that's causing this. And in fact, I appreciate hearing staff's perspective on it, because it seems like there's a lot of property management companies that are being collegial with staff and working with us. And actually, we're finding value and benefit of that relationship that's being established from that. So let's keep moving in that direction. Let's keep finding partnerships and work together as a community, because at the end of the day, this is about taking care of Monterey residents and not doing an us versus them. And then I just wanted to clarify too, that the cost didn't go up from $25 to $50. It's been $50 since the program started. So just a clarification on the cost of the program. So that's it. I think my request is that we just have this come back at some point, ideally before the program starts, because specifically on the point of the cost, if we're going to do better cost recovery, we might want to have that figured out before the payments start coming in from the property managers and the landlords. I apologize. I think we're good. All right. With that, we are going to rotate to our next item. 14 is to receive the 2025 general plan annual update for review and comment. Woo. Thank you, everybody, for that one.
This took way longer.
I'm Mayor Williamson and council members. I'll be presenting tonight. Would you like the quick version or
Yep.
just my standard? I'm happy to do.
Man, I mean, if you were to ask me, I'll take the whole thing, but I know that the capacity is probably burning
Right.
low. So,
I want the whole thing.
well, let's take a poll of the council. What do you guys want?
Well, no, just do your thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Do your thing.
right.
Okay, down.
All right. Here I do. Okay, so the California Government Code requires cities and counties to prepare an annual progress report by April 1st of each year, describing their progress implementing the housing element and the general plan. This report is submitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. So the annual progress report is a standardized form required by the state summarizing a jurisdiction's progress in implementing its housing element over the prior year, and in this case, it's 2025. It reports on housing production by affordability levels, status of programs and policies, and progress towards meeting the jurisdiction's RENA goals. And also, it covers every general plan goal, policy, and program, and how we are implementing those as well. So we have 12 general plan elements. The ones highlighted, 7 are those required by the state. The general plan was originally adopted in 2005, but the most recent updates were in 2024, which coincided with the sixth cycle housing element. And then we had land use, circulation, and safety elements. On October 4th, 2024, HCD certified the City of Monterey's 2023-2031 housing element, which includes housing goals and implementation programs that would help the city fulfill the regional housing need of 3,654 housing units assigned to the city. And as you can see by this table here, that the city's greatest housing needs are for units serving the very low income, which is for households with a 0 to 50% of the area median income, and also above moderate, which is 81 to 120% of the area median income. So here's just a snapshot of the annual progress report for 2025. And of course, I can't read that. It's too small for me. Oh, I summarized it. That's great. So for 2025, the planning permits that were entitled, there was 116 of them. We issued 77 building permits for housing units, and 96 housing units received building occupancy. And of the of all of the housing units that were permitted, entitled, or received building occupancy, the majority of those units were 5+ units per structure, and then followed by ADUs, and then 2 to 4 units per structure, and then finally the least was single family detached. So I'm just going to run through a couple examples of zoning entitlements, those that receive building permits, and then building occupancy, just to get an idea of what we issued here. So for zoning entitlements, we have 60 Gordon Court. It's a phase 1 and 2 project, conversion of commercial to housing, and the phase 1 and 2 has 70 total units. And then we have the Cass Street conversion of office to apartments, 7 total housing units, and 1 low income, 1 moderate income, and 5 above moderate. Then we have the 1008th Street mixed use remodel, converting existing commercial building over a parking garage into a mixed use project. So there's 2 residential on the second floor, 1 new ADU on the lower floor, while maintaining the medical offices on that first floor as well. And then also zoning entitlements is 225 Cannery Row, which is conversion of the second and third floors to 4 new residential units. Oops, let me go back one. Okay, sorry. And then building permits issued, we had the first phase of Garden Court, which was 47 total housing units, 5 low income, 5 moderate, and 37 above moderate. Then we have 2300 Garden Court, included the conversion of commercial space to multifamily residential. 64 apartments were included in this development, and the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District purchased this property to create workforce housing for district employees with the goal of supporting and retaining their staff. Water availability remains a barrier to making significant progress towards meeting our RENA goals. So the 2023-31 Housing Action Plan is part of our housing element. It's an 8-year implementation plan for the city, has 53 housing programs. So some of the programs are ongoing programs. You have to implement each year and report on the progress. Some of them are reported by a certain year that you have to complete, like 2026, the whole entire program needs to be completed, or sorry, I lost my train of thought. There was
Like certain elements of the program?
Yes. So we have to keep track of when they need to be implemented by and report those to the state. So this is reporting on our 53 housing programs. So last year, 2025, we've completed 77% of our programs in terms of, I should say, restate that and say 77% were either in progress, completed, or continuous housing programs, and as compared to 43% in 2024. So breaking that down, we completed 15% of the programs in 2025, 19% are continuous reporting, and then 43% are in progress currently. And I keep double flipping. So I'm going to run through just a couple housing programs that we completed. So the first one is Local Density Program, which established a local density bonus for multifamily projects that include lot consolidation, 2 and 3 bedroom units, and or moderate income units. And these projects can obtain a 10% density bonus. That's in addition to the state density bonus program. And then we also have implementation of the SB 9 housing ordinance, which added urban lot splits in single family zoning districts. And then the City Council established a policy in November of 2025. It's a water distribution policy establishing priorities and procedures for water. Affordable housing was described as the city's top priority for water allocation and will be issued a water permit prior to other permit types. The priority of water allocation is based on the overall size of the project, number of affordable units proposed, and the level of affordability. Not to be issued until the cease and desist order is lifted. And then some of the continuous reporting programs include the inventory of available sites. We have to report on that every year with our annual progress report. ADU and JADU awareness. The Building and Safety Division had a couple of outreach opportunities for contractors and architects. 3A Legal Services and Fair Education. The Housing Division provided some fair housing outreach in 2025. And then here's a list of the programs that are in progress currently. It's not a complete list, but those that we're moving forward with, and you will be seeing shortly. And then we also have our local coastal program that's in progress. Staff is hard at work, working with a consultant on that, reviewing all the chapters are prepared. Staff's just reviewing those. And then we'll be bringing them to the public for public review, to the hearing bodies, and it also has to be reviewed by the Coastal Commission. So on March 10th, the Planning Commission received the 2025 report and provided an opportunity for public comment. 2 written comments were received. by Land Watch and Julie Gorman. Verbal comments were received in person. The topics of those comments were the city's water policy adopted by the city council, and then the window on the Bay Park general plan policy A2. The planning commission made a motion, including a statement that they'd like the city to hold up in the release of water allocations. They characterized, sorry, I should just read this verbatim since it's a motion, included the statement that the commission is concerned about what the commissioners characterized as the holdup in the release of water allocations and directed staff to dialogue with the city attorney about the issue. And then they adopted the resolution accepting the 2025 annual report. Staff recommends that the city council receive this report. We do have to submit it to the state by April 1st. And staff's available for any questions.
It's me. Thank you, Chrissy, for the presentation. Council questions?
Yes.
Dr. Barber. Sorry, I saw your hand go up first. No, that's good.
Ladies first. That's right.
Thank you. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I know that you guys are working hard with this. I wanted to just get clarification when looking at the diagrams. What is the difference between continuous and in progress?
Yeah, continuous means there's annual reporting. So like, for example, with the ADU and JADU awareness, that should likely happen. I'd have to look at it, but annually.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to report every year what you've done for that program. But those that are in progress, as soon as they're done, they're going to be completed. They're not, we don't have to repeat them every year.
So it's a certain amount that will be continuous.
Correct.
No matter what.
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? So is it safe to say that the continuous block is essentially done? We're just having to reinitiate every year.
Correct.
Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
That's it? Perfect. All right. Councilmember Smith, where am I at?
This is a question for the city attorney combined with what you presented here. That last slide that you showed, if you could go back, Planning Commission, March 10th.
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting there.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. That's it. So a motion by the Planning Commission, I think it was a majority or
Correct.
unanimous, that they're concerned, characterizing it as a holdup in the release of water and allocations, and directed staff to dialogue with the city attorney about the issue. And so from a procedural steps here, we have a water distribution policy that the city council acted on. So the question is this Planning Commission not aware of what our policy was that we acted on just, I guess it was just about December 2025, if I recall. So are they aware of what we wrote in our water distribution policy?
They are. And it seems the intent was asking the city council to reconsider that.
All right, that's the only question I have. I have a lot of comments, but I'll wait.
Please.
Thank you, Christy, for the presentation. I have a question about the land use element section, packet page 337. There's a response there that says throughout 2025, the city has proactively engaged property owners to further facilitate development in these areas. So it caught my attention because I know you also represent the city staff on the North Fremont North Fremont Business District. And there have been recent requests, right, to bring more information to property owners there to talk about development and all that kind of information. So my question is, I see here that information talk about what happened in 2025. Are there plans to continue that into 2026 and beyond? And I guess I would just take it a step further. In general, all the programming in the general plan is that the idea to continue these types of, I guess, conversations or engagement with.
Right. If there are programs in the general plan, we do need to continue to implement them. In terms of what staff's going to do moving, if maybe Levi wants to talk, our planning manager, in terms of our engagement with that program moving forward for the year.
Good evening. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Garcia. That specific section of the report is speaking specifically to properties on our multifamily residential overlay. So that's the Garden Road, south side of Garden Road area, as well as the Pacific Monterey Cass area. To answer your question, we do intend to continue to proactively engage developers, property owners, and see what we can do as staff to further facilitate development and ease that process. So,
okay, thank you. And I mean, what I see here in the blurb, maybe we're looking at two different sections, is that this response was specific to the specific plan areas. So Lighthouse, downtown, North Fremont.
So it's in response to the policy B2 is to promote context sensitive design within mixed use neighborhoods. So that includes our specific plan areas as well as now the multifamily overlays. So that last sentence is specifically speaking to conversations we've had with Revision West, the Slama Development Group, Orozco Development Group, that all are property owners in those overlay areas that have projects that are in the works right now.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Of course. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for your report, Christy.
Sure.
Some of these are very intriguing to me. So where are we with policy 2.6 single room occupancy? It seems like we really could develop that for our very lowest income people. It's so popular in Europe. Probably everyone in this room knows that, that you can go and get a room having arrived in a European country, and it's very common, and you stay for a little while and you transition and you get your permanent housing, and that seems like such a rational thing to do. And I don't see that as much in the United States, nor in Monterey, though we have things that are close.
Sure.
So is there hope for this? I mean, what are the barriers and how do we get rid of them?
For single room occupancy. Can I get?
So that's actually one of the programs that we have in works right now for this calendar year. So we actually have Diane Bhatia, you may remember, who helped us out with the original housing element. So they're going to help us. Basically what that program is to recognize that as a residential use in all of our zoning districts as required by state law. It's worth noting we actually have a pending project or development on Figueroa Street that is going to be a single room occupancy development. So we do have developers in the city that are interested in that path. I think what's kind of driving that right now in our city is potentially related to the water issue and whether or not they can do a full unit with full facilities. But we do have developers in the city that do find that to be potentially a viable development path. But really what the program is to do is to bring us in line with state law requirements for recognizing that as a residential use.
Okay, that's helpful.
Sure.
And you mentioned in program 1H, Corridor Ryan Ranch specific plan, there's a reference to adjacent Ryan Ranch home to a regional medical center and office park south of the airport. Is that just, tell me about this regional medical center.
I believe that's referring to the Montage facility in Ryan Ranch.
Oh, okay. And Ohana and everything that we have now, they aren't talking about anything bigger yet.
Correct. I don't believe we're looking at any expansions in the Ryan Ranch Park at this time.
Okay. Thank you for getting me the locations of the religious sites for overlay and development. So this is more a theoretical question or in the future. So we just did our 2031 housing plan. And what are we going to do for the next 8-year cycle? I mean, if we take, as an example, if we take our religious sites and they've already been allocated to this 8-year arena, where are we going to get 12 more? I mean, do we have more? It's kind of like taking from the reserves. How much can we take from our capacity to overlay and develop?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think that's something that, 2031, whenever we begin that next cycle statewide for housing elements, I think that's a question that a lot of cities are going to have. I think the reality is a lot of cities were given a very aggressive RHNA allocation throughout the state. Most are not on par with achieving that RHNA, actually constructing those units. So I think that's a big question that a lot of cities have for the state is what the plan is moving forward. Is it going to be a rolling tab? Do you just keep adding to that number even though you're not seeing those units get constructed, or what really the state's approach to that's going to be? It's likely they'll be looking for more aggressive rezoning initiatives and programs, much like what we're implementing now. But yeah, it's kind of a wait and see right now to see, but I don't think we're alone in that situation.
It'd be interesting. Thank you.
Sure.
So you mentioned under ordinance number 3710, my beloved ordinance, that it uses the words for that extra additional unit for a long-term affordability agreement. I thought that the sixth unit, if I'm not confused, it's been a long night, that sixth unit was more than a long-term affordability agreement. It was permanent. It was deed restricted. Can you bring me up to date on that?
I would have to go back and revisit the specific language of the ordinance before saying. It's my recollection that it was in line with our other affordability requirements in the city, but I don't want to speculate.
Which, we'll just review that for me. Of course. Those are deed restricted.
Yes, they
Right.
are.
I mean,
my only question is the time frame. It seems to be what you're asking. Is it in perpetuity, or is it now I have to go back and look at the language in the ordinance?
yeah, at your leisure, if you would, because
Absolutely.
I read it and I think of deed restricted as permanent. And if we're going to bother upzoning private property, I personally want these permanent. I don't want to go through all this pain and then all of a sudden these are market rate when the community has given up so much, and all of a sudden they're market rate, and there's a huge benefit to the developer that hadn't been intended nor desired, at least on my part. I want all these if we can get low income housing, and we'll wait and see. My last question is on the MPUSD development on Garden Road by Brad Salama. Where did he get his water?
So that was actually from the previous use, the water allocation that was existing for that
Right,
site.
he had all the water credits already.
Correct.
If I could add something to that too. So when he approached the city around developing not just that site, but there was, I think, 2 other sites, he was also proposing to do an additional 100% affordable housing projects on those if we could get water. And so the city went through this whole experience where we worked with the water management district. They gave us additional amount of reserve for it. And I think I'm gonna stop. I won't say what happened because I don't know
We wrote a letter to the state and the state wrote back and
Yeah.
they said, no, you don't.
Yeah, I just don't know what I can say because some of it was discussed in closed session, but we ended up not moving forward with it because of that. So,
Right, but that was my memory, is that those water allocations had already been made. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
it is unfortunate. It was a lost opportunity.
Yes.
Can I ask a question on
Sure.
the Garden Court, I think it was. When that property transferred from that owner to MPUSD, it's at Garden Court, correct?
That particular one is 2300 Garden Road.
And now that project they're occupying that.
That's correct. That's transferred ownership to the school district.
Okay. And so does that mean that MPUSD, with the ownership of that site, they don't pay property tax?
That's correct.
Thank you both.
Of course.
That's great. Thanks, Christy.
So my question is, my first question is around like the deadlines, timeframes. I know that when we reported out on this last year, there was a recognition that we were already falling behind on some of our deadlines, and that part of the ask was to potentially go back to the state and have our housing element updated to have our deadlines be aligned with something that was more in alignment with what we could meet. And I don't know where that process is at, if anywhere at all.
So we haven't broached that subject with HCD just yet. The reluctancy comes from just reopening the housing element whenever we have a certified and adopted housing element. It's as you see with the charts that were shown today, with 77% of our programs implemented, we're on pretty good pace for an 8-year cycle to implement those programs, and we're on year 2 now. But there is definitely some of those longer term programs, like specific plans that take multi-years. Those are something that a staff we've identified could run off schedule. And that's something we would like to align ourselves with HCD eventually, so that we're not seen as falling behind.
Okay. And I'm assuming when you say, was it 77%?
That's correct.
When you say that number, we're also including in progress, which isn't really complete. We're just in the works of it. So like I just pulled one of them here, program 1N, pre-approved ADU floor plans. So like where are we at with that one being in progress? And just for the public's awareness, the deadline established for that was June 30th of 25.
Yes, so we have started that. We do have some preliminary plans and designs. What we've run into is just challenges with making those actually practically useful for folks in our community. And trying to figure out a way in which we can structure that program and those plans in a way that they can be utilized on different sites throughout the city. We found that to be rather challenging with building code requirements that are kind of different site by site based on what the context of the area is. But we are working closely with our building division to get some level of approved floor plans, if not full designs, at least floor plans that are acceptable in size and meet the state law requirements as well. Okay. It's a little bit of a moving target also because the state continues to change the ADU laws pretty much every year. So it's kind of like by the time we make some progress on it, the rule book changes on us.
And then we're at 77%, including these in progress ones, which I feel like it should almost kind of be separated because there's work that's required to do to those in a way that's different than the ones that are being continued. But I digress. Where do we feel like we're going to be at by the end of the year? Like how is this moving? Do we feel like we're going to be we're going to be able to catch up, if you will? And are there opportunities to support additional resources to help us get in alignment with that? And I guess I'll just clarify, I will add to my question here kind of what I'm concerned about, which is if water does become available, if the CDO does get lifted, how are we moving ourselves out of the way as being a barrier towards us fulfilling the goals within our housing element? So that's kind of where my mind's at with it. I'm just wondering, how do we feel like we're pacing ourselves along here, and what resources might be able to be provided in order to be effective in implementation?
Sure. I think that it's hard to estimate where we'll be. I mean, Christy showed a slide showing which programs we are working on currently. I think we will complete those programs that she shared, the ones that are in progress for this calendar year. I think to answer your question, it's all just a matter of resources. We have a team of 4 planners in the planning division. The bulk of what our planners are doing is what we refer to as current planning. So that's current applications, developments that are ready to go right now. So with the staff of four, a lot of what they're doing is either looking and reviewing and working with those applicants, as well as meeting with public, meeting with the developers, and providing that information for other potential developments. And then that extra time that we have left with staff capacity is what's being used to forward our advanced planning goals and initiatives. So that's things like housing element implementation, rezonings, our local coastal program, sea level rise, vulnerability analysis. It's in the works now. So it's really just a matter of resources as far as how do we get back on that schedule and how do we continue that process.
And I guess this might be a rhetorical question again, but how do we expect to, if we do get water, how do we expect to achieve that additional workload that's going to come in if we can't even keep up with what we have going on now?
No, you're right on the money. I mean, if water comes available, there will for sure be an additional stress on our staff levels. What we're operating under now is the status quo. That's been the volume that we've seen over the last many decades as far as what's been based on what the water allocation is. But you're correct. If water comes available with that additional 140 plus acre feet of water, we've already removed a lot of the barriers in our rezonings and implementation that we've already done to streamline development, make things ministerially approved. A lot of our multifamily overlays, if you meet our bare minimum affordability requirement, it's a ministerial administrative process. So we've already removed a lot of those roadblocks. It's really just when that water becomes available. But you are right. When that happens under our current staffing levels, it will remove staff that we have allocated to these long range efforts like our coastal work and our housing element implementation. And then of course, future general plan updates. We have to update all the elements over a certain period of time. So
100%. And this might be just a comment more for later I can have with Lou, but it might be helpful for staff to prepare a proposal to council if that does happen, because we have to meet the need. And I'm sure there's certain deadlines associated with some of these requirements, expectations too. So,
we're in tough budget times. We all know that. Part of what you're going to be looking at. So, when the housing element was approved, the city council approved 2 positions to be added to the planning office, an assistant and associate planner. Those positions immediately, we started some recruitments, and then our city manager at the time put them on hold because I think, he was looking at the budget and where it was at. And so one of those positions continues to be on hold. We're just restarting in a recruitment that we had to stop because it was on hold. And then anyways, we are recruiting right now for an associate planner. The assistant planner position's on hold. So Levi, it just comes down to budget. It comes down to resources. And so we have to level those expectations. And I think what our staff did today is show you the list of programs that we anticipate completing this year. And no, it's not everything that we envisioned in our housing element. We're also doing pretty well. I mean, if you compare us to what some of our surrounding jurisdictions are dealing with, it's not perfect, but we're making substantial progress. So I just want to honor that we understand the city's in a tough budget situation, and we're doing all we can with our current staffing, and that's sort of where we're at.
no, I appreciate it. Thank you, Kim. Where are we at with obtaining our pro-housing designation?
So that is one of the programs we're working on right now closely with our housing division. That's something that we're partnering with them. So that's in progress as well, hoping to have that completed in this calendar year as well.
Awesome. Glad to hear. And then last question, local coastal plan was discussed. When do we anticipate sending that to the Coastal Commission?
So we have draft chapters already in with them. So once we get those comments back, which we expect in the next, I believe it's next month, we plan on taking those draft chapters, bringing them forward to our planning commission and releasing to the public for draft public review. So that's our the land use plan component.
Awesome.
Of LC.
Okay, that's it. Thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, with that, we'll open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Those in the chamber, please stand to the left of the podium. And I see 3. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, so we'll close it off to the 3. You can, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 4 on Zoom, and we're going to go to 2 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm Laura Davis, providing comments on behalf of Landwatch. We request that the city bring the water allocation decision back by re-agendizing the item for consideration at the next city council meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously agreed that the city needs to look at immediate water distribution if it wants to address the housing crisis. Monterey has an urgent need for housing now. We don't have the luxury to sit on water that's available right now. Distributing water now does not violate the CDO, and Monterey's own past actions show that water can be allocated under the CDO. To the extent that the city is concerned, it can pass the risk on to developers. There are projects that are ready to go now, but they can't move forward because of the lack of water allocation. The city in November based its decision on the understanding that the CDO would be lifted soon. Months have passed, and it's not clear how much longer it will be before the CDO is lifted, and the city cannot keep waiting. Every other jurisdiction has prioritized housing and allocated the water.
Hello, Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Director of Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. So the percentage hasn't been said yet at this meeting. After 2.5 years of your 8-year housing element, you are at 3.4% of your regional housing needs allocation goals. And you know what? I want to give some credit here. First of all, as you have seen, if you look at the tables, a good portion of that is accessory dwelling units. So good job getting accessory dwelling units here. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed about when people say, oh, that isn't going to do much. I say, you know what? Maximize the number of ADUs, go for it. You're a real champion of housing in Monterey, and the people you should be really thanking are the superintendent of Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, PK Diffenbaugh, and his, and I was following since 2017 the workforce housing efforts. The board took some hits for that. The superintendent really was up and out there alone. He comes to this city council quite a bit talking about it. He actually achieved something. You should have him here to talk about how he went through this and how you can do more. I know you have water issues. I know all the obstacles to building housing. You know what? He had a plan and he worked it out. And that's a lot of your units right there. I think you can learn a lot from that school district. I'm very proud of that school district for taking the risk to go for it and enduring all the criticism. They got that bond passed, and now teachers have housing. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm short. My name is Diane Coward. I am the CEO and founder of Revision West, and we do development here in Monterey. Regarding water, our neighbors to the south and east have taken bold and forward-looking steps to sign water that has been allocated by MPWMD to them in order to provide needed housing for their workforce. We at Revision West love the city, and we want to do our part to preserve the diversity and vibrancy of this community. But I'm disappointed that Monterey has chosen to use fear-based decision-making on the issue of water. So I'm hoping that you all can figure out a way to get past this obstacle and free up some water so that we can get some housing built for the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
First speaker is Melody.
Melody Crislock. I am the Director of Public Water Now. Public Water Now was the only citizen organization that was a party in the CPUC's supply and demand hearing. Because of this, I am quite aware of how much water we really have moving forward. There's plenty of water now and for decades to come. We can stop thinking scarcity. I can see that what Dave Stolt said on November 18th was misunderstood. The Garden Road project was an increase in use and a change in use from commercial to residential. The State Water Board's Condition 2 says no increase in use at an existing service connection due to a change in zoning or use. But the Water Board has interpreted a change in use to mean that if a property was residential and remains residential, or non-residential and remains non-residential, there is no need to examine it further. That's what you're missing here. At this point, with all this new water, the council's hypothetical fear that the state would say anything, even if there was a change in use, is pushing the limits of reason. You have the allocations, at least use it for projects that do not require a new meter or a change in use. There's nothing stopping you from issuing permits for ADUs, a duplex or fourplex on an existing residential site, a business that needs additional water to expand, and mixed-use projects on mixed-use sites could most likely be permitted now as well. The State Water Board is quite aware of how much new water we have with Pure Water Monterey. They are not going to enforce an increase in use ban now when they have never done so before. The State Water Resources Control Board is very happy with the solutions we have found here. They would never want to punish success. But the state and the CPUC are bureaucracies. It could be many months until the CDO is modified and the moratorium is lifted. In the meantime, please remember, only Cal-Am is liable for violating the CDO.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne.
Oh, hello. I live here in the city of Monterey, and I ask you to please support Landwatch's arguments about the city housing element, specifically that the city should accept Pure Water One's water supply allotment as other cities have done. I concur with Laura Davis's comments at this meeting, asking the council to re-agendize on its water distribution policy as soon as possible. I care about this because I'm a faculty at CSUMB, and I see our students who have graduated, and even those who are students are working in the community, and they can't contribute as much as they could if they weren't commuting. And the commuting is also increasing traffic, increasing greenhouse gas emissions, which goes against the climate action plan for the city. So we need to get these young people living in the city and being able to do all they can do to help revitalize, or not revitalize it, but just be part of our city. So thank you very much for considering this. And I just wanted to, I heard about Justin Loza saying about having these armored vehicles in the parade. I totally agree with him. And I also want to thank our firefighters. I didn't know that how much it had gone and all the city that made that happen. So I was really pleased. There's my comments. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 735. You can go ahead.
Yes, hello, my name is Monique Olson. I am a vacant lot owner here in Monterey at 1880 Prescott. I called last week into the Planning Commission meeting with some very significant concerns about the water allocation and the reasoning why the city is not releasing the water. I understand that the CDO has been, I guess, the reasoning why you haven't released the water allocation. But just so that some of the council members know, when you did have a water waiting list that was published on your City of Monterey website, I was number 38 on that water waiting list. There were two other projects behind me on that list. Since that reconfiguration of your City of Monterey website, it's no longer on there. And I don't think that staff has actively been managing that list because they have continually gone down this path of no water. And I'm certain that if staff took a look at that list, you'd have people that sold their property, possibly died, put the illegal bathrooms in anyways, and that list would probably get shrunk down possibly by half, if that list even exists. I've gone into the planning office a number of times over the course of the last 10 years. My plans were approved in October of 2015. It's now March of 2026. I'm 10 and a half years in. I'm still nowhere closer to getting my plans, actually, into fruition with the water meter because of the CDO. But what about all those other private citizens? We're talking about affordable housing. Tonight, you talked about your own City of Monterey construction costs. So why would you think that it's okay for you to consider your own construction cost when it doesn't sound like you are really that interested or have a vested interest in personal property costs?
All right, thank you. Your time is up, and our last speaker is Adam.
Good evening. I want to express appreciation for staff. It's a long process to get through this and to update it every time. So I just want to acknowledge all the work that goes into that. So the Monterey County Association of Realtors firmly believes that the long-term needs for decades to come in terms of water for housing supply ultimately must be served by a desalination plant. The reality is that recycled source waters, are simply not reliable enough to meet that need. That said, if we have water on the table ready to allocate to shovel-ready projects, we should really be doing so, because the need for housing is critical, and we shouldn't be accepting barriers if they don't need to be. So I know there were legal concerns. That was what was discussed, I think, back in December about this. But if there's a way to revisit that or find ways to make it feasible to allocate some of this water for housing, I would urge the council to pursue that, or to ask staff to pursue it. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for deliberation. Who wants to start? Is everybody asleep at this point?
Well, it's not an action item, right?
Yeah, but
Right, okay.
does nobody have anything? Okay. I will ask a question. How would the process work if we wanted this to come back to the council? The water topic specifically?
So, Mr. Mayor, if you're asking if the board wanted to reconsider its prior policy,
That's correct.
I think you have a process in place for board referrals, if you will, and I think it would go through that process. And perhaps Nat can further describe that process.
I would suggest, this could, I may defer to Chrissy. I'm not sure if it's a reconsideration vote for council to bring back for a reconsideration of prior policy, or would it be a new policy that we would agendize as a request to agendize, or the city manager You're would actually bring it nailing forward? exactly what my question is. Yeah.
It would need a new request to agendize because the time for reconsideration has passed.
Okay, there we go. How does that work? Just for awareness, for the time for reconsideration?
The council's adopted governance policy requires that a request be made in advance of the publication of the next meeting. And it has to be by someone who voted in the majority.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would ask the council, particularly those that voted in favor of it, if there was willingness to reconsider.
Well, so it's a couple of things. One, this is just an action to receive a report. And so that can be the only thing that happens tonight. If there's a desire for the council to revisit the water policy that was previously adopted, you have a request to agendize process. So one of you does a request to agendize. The request comes before the council and it's either approved or not. And then it comes back again for
I guess, is there a problem with getting a sense of whether there's interest in even doing that?
Yes, because it's not on the agenda. This is just to receive a.
But we're not taking action. We're just.
Well, you're developing a consensus on something that's not on the agenda.
But
if you're getting input, I defer to the council, but that would be my.
I'm just asking if there is one council member that voted there. That doesn't give any indication of what
It actually does, because your governance policy only requires the vote of 2 people to get something on the agenda. So if you get the consensus of one other person right here tonight, then you've taken the action required under the council's reconsideration policy.
Okay. So essentially it would be a 2-step process, right? So you'd put in a request to agendize. Next council meeting, we could have that be on the agenda as a request to agendize from a council member. You get one more council member to agree, then it would be put onto a future council meeting. Okay. Based on governance. All right. Just going to move on to the next item.
Can Can I make?
Please, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
not sure.
You weren't here when I asked, and so
I'm sorry.
it was quiet from everybody else. So please.
I could just step out and be
No,
quiet.
please.
Make it real
go
quiet.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I understand the public's angst, and I appreciate those that spoke tonight in terms of what they're trying to do. The reason that I recognize this water distribution policy that we crafted together, there was some differences of the nuances, but the way this reads currently, I don't want to put the city in a position where it jeopardizes us doing something where we are going to take the heat and the penalty. So I just want to caution what we're doing is we're taking a report tonight. And I have note that there's a comment by the Planning Commission, and they have their opinion. They're entitled to it. But this is the council policy, and it's presented tonight in a very effective manner in the context of all things housing. I just think that sometimes you have to follow the process. I want water just as much as everybody does. But I don't want the city to be in a position where we're going to get sued. And we're dealing with the housing under a heavy arm of what the state requires us to do. And oh, by the way, I don't think they give us any money to do what we're doing in housing. Kim, do we get any money from the state of California to perform that Gantt chart that Christy showed us? I think the answers are no. We're doing this on our own dime at a time when we have $10 to $12 million deficit. And the mayor, I know you meant it in a pure manner, but we can't be talking about expanding our deficit at a time when we're trying to figure out a go forward and reduce the structural deficits. So this is not a time to take on more personnel, more burden, and more cost and more risk. And we can talk more about it when it comes back for a relook at the water policy. But I just don't want to entertain anything that talks about positioning our planning office, our building office, and building reviews, and all of that. Now is not the time to talk about adding personnel. Under the context of what we're doing with budget, now is the time to look at what vacant positions we have that we should not fill. There's no way we're going to conquer a $10 to $12 million deficit budget by talking about adding personnel in the next 3 to 6 months. We have to be cautious here. And I want to be cautious and not execute anything that puts the city of Monterey in the risk of violating a CDO.
Yeah, so I would just clarify, maybe you misunderstood what I was saying. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I wasn't suggesting that we consider that at this point. No, what I was suggesting was staff tee that up so that when the time was appropriate, we can consider that. That's all it was.
And I think that's a valuable observation that we know peaks and valleys of activity, and there will be a time when our city manager is going to come to us and say, we are falling behind in issuing building permits, so we need to issue. We're going to need some help in staffing at that right time. When we do have water and when we can issue building permits, I agree. There's always a time to look at the work plans and the inflow of the demands on our city staff. But the CDO hasn't acted yet. So I think it's just something to think of in the back of our mind that there will be a time in the future.
And that was exactly my point. I want to end this one with thanking our staff. I know that there's a lot of work. There's a lot of pressure. I'm going to have some conversations with folks that I want to make sure that our staff is being respected and appreciated for the work that they're doing. So thank you for it. And obviously the fact that we're having this conversation is testament to the fact that we know that you need more hands. I think the thing that we all take for granted is the fact that there's not more hands puts undue pressure on you all to have to do more with less. And that's not fair to you all. So I just want to give gratitude to the work that you were doing and recognize that we are making a lot of progress on a lot of great things. So truly, truly thank you guys.
And can I give another?
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move on. I'm trying to, I encourage you to go over and talk with her afterwards. I'm going to move on to item 15. deny a request for a license agreement for the Pecos League of Baseball LLC at Frank E. Salicido Junior Ballpark for dates in May through July 2026. And I need like a minute and a half presentation at the most on this one.
And Mayor Council, Shannon Leon, our Recreation Manager, and Nate Coda, the Recreation Supervisor, will present.
Thank you, Lou.
So I'll run through mine, and then if you need to hear from Nate, we can go more detailed into parks, okay. So thank you for your time. The city's facilities, parks, and outdoor spaces are highly utilized, public resource that benefit all who live and work in Monterey. Demand for our services are higher than ever. Camp Kinsabi, for example, revenue and attendance is higher than our benchmark of 2019. And last summer, CQS had 100 more children than the previous summer. So right now, staff have been having ongoing discussions with Parks and Rec Commission and reviewing all our programs and services due to limited staff and resources. Not all programs and services returned after COVID. We've been evaluating everything in terms of meeting community needs and interests and providing the greatest impact to the community. Essentially, what is the true demand and what does the most good for the most people that benefits this community, Monterey community first. Last week, or not last week, but the last council meeting, we evaluated the SESP program. And that's a great community program that benefits local events and businesses. But it just wasn't sustainable with our staffing and our resources. The Parks and Recreation is often responsible for working with community groups who are planning their first event. I do this all the time, every single day. We expect extra staff support of programs, especially in their first year. Alvarado Street Brewery Oktoberfest is a perfect example. They had their event here, required a lot of hands-on coordination, but ultimately everything went very smoothly and you wouldn't even know that there was an event the next day. In the case of the Pecos League with a license agreement, their facility use becomes the responsibility of their organization during their use of the facilities. It becomes their sole responsibility. And in the case of this, it should be at the very least cost neutral or a net money maker to the city, which is more detailed in the fiscal implications in your agenda packet. So at this point, after 7 years, what we're saying is this should be smooth sailing. It should just be running without any staff involvement whatsoever. And that's really not the case. Staff has really had to handhold and manage a private business, for-profit business to a pretty significant extent. And I wish I could say that everything's been smooth and inspired confidence in us, but it has not happened. A good example is the Pecos League and the Amberjacks sell beer at their event. And we've had to step in and say, no, you cannot put players in security guard t-shirts. They have to be licensed security guards per the license agreement. And so it's kind of been a tendency for something like that where things have kind of been just riding the line of, so due to this and many other issues over the years, they did not have a program in summer 2024. They came back after negotiating with our city manager for summer 2025, and it was very clearly communicated to the Pecos League that this was their last best chance agreement. So where we are right now is summer 2025. Nate can speak a little more deeply if needed. It is in your agenda report. It was not a smooth process in terms of we were very much hands-on, and at times Nate was referred to as the manager of the Amberjacks, and that should not be the case. So where we are is we're just extremely limited in terms of staff and programs. Not all programs returned after COVID. We are not able to do everything that we always did. And so our recommendation and the recommendation unanimous vote of the Parks and Rec Commission was not to approve another license agreement with the Monterey Amberjacks. And yes.
Thank you for that presentation, Shannon. Open up for questions from the council. No questions? All right, we'll open up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Not seeing any takers, so cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take those callers.
First, I'll have Michael go, please.
Hi, it's Michael Groves, president of EMC Planning Group and also the head baseball coach at Monterey High School. I just want to say that I support the staff in their report to you and support that I don't think that the Pecos League, I mean, I'm a huge baseball fan, so obviously I love baseball in Monterey, but, you know, having them not be able to foot the cost that is needed between the city of Monterey and Save Our Sports, which is a nonprofit that I run, we have really busted our you-know-what to create that park in the way it is and to maintain that park. It costs a lot of money. And the wear and tear on that park from these players coming in and not being able to have them be cost neutral and at least contribute to that maintenance, that long-term and short-term maintenance of that field is really a problem in my mind. So we end up as the community picking up the tab. So they leave and we end up doing the maintenance and raising the money for the maintenance, et cetera. So I just want to let you know that I support the staff recommendation to the council on this matter.
And our other speaker is Andrew. Andrew, you can unmute and then go ahead.
You have the report there. Basically, the report I gave you guys, I don't know if you have a copy of it, but there was, first of all, we do not have players as a security guard for the 2025 season. We were reported limited problems that we had after the first week and put our best effort forward, not knowing it was a 1-year experiment. We were there for 7 years representing Monterey, but it definitely looks like the cards are against having this project back. So I'm hearing what you guys are saying, and I mean, if everyone's against us and there's no demand to have us back, then that's that. I mean, that seems to be the route that we're going. So I don't, you know, I submitted the information to you guys. The Parks and Rec Commission is dead against it, and it appears they're going to win. So I don't know what other discussion. If we have no supporters, then you know that's that.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation. I'll just quickly say here that I've gone to Amberjack games. I've supported on the dais and trying to encourage folks to sponsor the players, which is a big part of their program to allow it to be successful. And it's kind of sad for me to see that we're at this space now, not hearing much of an argument from the organization to really want to continue it. So it makes it hard to not go the direction that we're going in. But I will just say that if there's an opportunity where things seem to have changed in a way that it makes sense, then hopefully we'll be open to reconsidering and having that conversation. But given where we're at now is why I kind of went here and quickly made the motion. So any other discussion?
I'll just say thank you for the Parks and Recreation for looking at this, and I concur. I think they got it right, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. And so I want to respect the Parks and Recreation's contribution and staff as well. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I think the Parks and Rec's got it right too. It has to be a profit maker or at least neutral. Nate shouldn't be hand-holding. That should be on smooth roll after 7 years. And I have to say, I didn't appreciate some of the attacks I was reading on staff. So that's below the belt.
100%. Anybody else? All right. With that, go ahead and call a question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're now at council comments.
The only comment I have is I wanted to say that Christy did a presentation at our Rotary Club 2 weeks ago on everything housing, and as complicated as it is, she did a great job. well prepared, and her PowerPoints were awesome. And she only had 25 minutes, and she did a great job.
Awesome. Great to hear. Anybody else? Now I'll ask you to pull this up. So I went on a ride along with the police department on Friday, and I just want to share a little bit of a story about how that experience went because it was very enlightening and eye-opening for me. First of all, the main person that I did my ride along with was Officer Rafael Mendoza, who is a new officer. What is it called when they're with with somebody that's training? An FTO. What does FTO stand for? Field training officer. So when an officer gets out of police academy, they get into a field training officer and they're paired up with them until they're ready to be released to be out on their own. And so he had just been released the week before. And it sounded like I was supposed to be with somebody else, but the way that it goes with the police department, somebody was out at the county jail, which, by the way, that can tie up an officer for 4, 5, 6 hours. So there's one officer, one of 3 or 4 officers that are on a beat are out of the city of Monterey trying to deal with a person at the county jail. So anyways, Officer Mendoza is the gentleman in the middle there. And so I'm going to say 2 things before we got into the vehicle. I said, all right, everybody start misbehaving because I wanted to see some action. Like I was ready for a Friday evening stuff happening. And boy, did it happen. And I'll explain one of those stories for you here in a second. But then the other thing that Officer Mendoza shared with me is because we were on our own, he said, it's just the 2 of us. So if we're out and something happens to me, I'm going to need you to jump in. So just keep that in mind as I share this story. So the night's going on and pretty quickly into the evening. Actually, before I go to the story, on the way to this story I'm about to share, I'm like sitting asking questions. I'm trying to create conversation, better understand what it is that our officers do, how they do it, learn more about this officer. And so I'm just gossiping, and he has an earpiece in his ear. So like there's conversation going on that I'm not hearing, but then also he's constantly scanning and in a way that I don't even really recognize. But he saw that there was something happening on the other side of right in front of Fieldworks. So he pulls up and we jump out of the car. There's already an officer on scene, and the officer is pointing his taser at a gentleman, a big guy, and you can see the green laser on his chest. And we walk up, and the officer that's already on the scene is saying, "Get your hands out of your pants, get your hands out of your pants, get your hands." He keeps saying it and he's not. So lots of things going on. We don't know what is happening. We don't know if there's a weapon. We don't know if he's sexually harassing people there's families sitting there at Fieldworks. And then Officer Mendoza jumped in as well and told him, "Take your hands out of your pants." The gentleman turns around for some reason, and the officers use it as an opportunity to jump in and try to get control over the suspect. And there was a big guy. He ended up taking them both to the ground, and they were tuffling. Like it was a crazy scene watching that experience. And there was actually a certain point where he reached for Mendoza's gun. And so Mendoza was shouting, "He's reaching for my gun. He's reaching for my gun." And I'm standing there watching. It's insane. And so he flips so that he can't reach it. And then he grabs his taser, fires his taser at him using all the protocols, taser, they're noticing everybody. And the first shot, only one of the, what is it called? Prongs actually comes out. There's supposed to be 2 points of contact. Only one comes out, so nothing happens. And so he ends up firing again. That time it happened. But the reason why I was sharing that part earlier around me saying like what he had shared with me around jumping in to help. If you were to watch the body cam footage, which we watched later, you could see me like, is this the moment I jump in? Because I didn't know if I should jump in. There was 2 officers. He had help. There was something going on, but it was a scary moment. And really why I share this is there's a lot going on in the city of Monterey that most of us probably never realize. And our officers are on the front line handling these very unsafe situations. And we know that we're having trouble recruiting. This is not something that's just happening in the city of Monterey. This is happening nationally. And so I have so much respect for our officers and their willingness to stand up and put their lives on the line, especially with the limited resources that we have. I mean, I'm watching a screen in the police cruiser as I'm doing the ride along, and the calls just keep coming in, and there's no way for the officers to be able to keep up with that. So I kind of share that to the public in a way to say, like, trust our team to be able to manage the calls in the best way possible. They categorize them. When people call 911, the numbers are categorized. But trust them, they're doing the best that they can, and they're working really hard. And I was describing how one ran to the county jail that took one officer off beat. After we had that incident, he had to go back to the police station to file a police report, which is pretty lengthy. He has to watch the body cam footage. He has to download data from his taser. And he has to use a checklist to make sure he's touching all these points. It's a lot that we expect out of our officers, and they do the job in the most professional way that I've ever seen a police department do. So I just wanted to give a shout out, kudos. And if you could pull the picture one more time, Nat. So the Mendoza was on the left, and that's who I spent most of my time with. But the one on the right is Officer Amanda Ariola. And there was a certain point when they were doing the police reports, I kind of felt like, I want to get out of your way. I don't want to be a burden to you all. So I was like, I'm just going to go and let you guys finish the night. And Officer Ariola stands up and she goes, "Oh, I was going to take you to a fight on Cannery Road." And I was like, "Let's go." So we went to the next call, and I spent the rest of the night with her. It was great getting to know both of them. Really good, decent human beings. And just so thankful for city staff. And I think that's my theme of tonight, is just being thankful for our entire city team. If you all sitting here for 5 hours with the council as we deliberate all these issues, just kudos all around. Thank you to everybody. And thanks especially to the police department for allowing me to do that ride along, and encourage the rest of the council to do it if you haven't had a chance to do so. So
I've done a few of those. So.
Yeah, it's fun.
I think I'll pass by time.
Hey, with that, I'll pass it to Lou for city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That was very entertaining.
You can take it down now. Oh.
For individuals that are interested in the Casanova fire update, we have a location on our website where individuals can get more information, and that is monterey.gov 800 Casanova, all one word. Also, there will be a cutting day and horticultural fair this Saturday, March 21st from 9 to noon right out here at Friendly Plaza. And speaking of police and fire incidents, both the 2025 Fire Department and Police Department annual reports were published last Friday, and those are also available on the web at monterey.gov.
Awesome.
Lots of activity on those reports. And then finally, speaking of police, Montage Health published a great article regarding the police department's multidisciplinary outreach team, which handles many of our unhoused individuals with social workers, and it's a nationally recognized program. And that link to that article is posted at monterey.gov/MDOT. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Those are good updates. And at this point, council's getting ready to go into closed session. There's 2 closed session items, so we're going to offer the opportunity for anybody who wants to speak, give public comments on those closed session items. There's 2. First is item 16, closed session conference with real property negotiators related to 601 Wave Street, Suite 500. And 17 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 5495, 6 Tech 9D2 and E2. One case dispute regarding purchase of city-owned affordable housing unit at 300 Glenwood Circle, number 189, Nancy Mello applicant. So I'll check with folks on Zoom. If there's anybody on Zoom, you can use raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber, if you wouldn't mind standing to the left of the podium. I see there's one taker. Anybody else? All right, we'll cut it off to that one, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom, so we'll go to the person, the speaker in person.
Hi, I'm Adam Silverstein. I am here regarding item 16, 601 Wave Street. I'm a chef and entrepreneur of Silverstein's Delicatessen. I plan to open a bagel deli. I'm going to build and design alongside craft design and build firm, production bakery, and high-end deli to service Cannery Row and Monterey area.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming and giving public comment, but even more extra points for like sitting through all of it.
Yeah, no worries.
Hopefully you learned a little bit.
I've never done this before, and I thought it was pretty interesting.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for coming.
Yeah.
Looking
Look forward to hearing. Nice to meet you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody. I want to know why you didn't bring us bagels tonight.